You're on your own now. We won't save you. Your rescue squad is too exhausted. And if you complain once more, you'll be done. I'm lovely. And if you complain once more, you'll be done. I'm lovely. And if you complain once more, you'll be done. I'm lovely. And if you complain once more, you'll be done. I'm lovely. I'm lovely.
Welcome back to The Quiet Place, which is apparently, again, my show because Jeremy is fucking up again. If he doesn't show up on the screen for 5 minutes, it's legally my show. I didn't expect I was sitting here reading Skag Boys, and I didn't expect to have to carry the show. But now the others are here, so I don't have to.
Gregor, what is good in fiction? What is best in fiction?
What is best in fiction? Is this like a philosophical question?
What is best in fiction?
I mean, are you asking for a recommendation, or are you actually asking what is best in fiction? Like, what is,
What is best in fiction? Philosophy.
That's a good question. Does Ben have an answer? Because I don't have one readily.
Ben, what is best in fiction?
Well, I don't know.
To crush your detractors, see them butthurt before you, and to hear the lamentations of the Merry Sues.
No, that's what's best about shit posting.
That's it. Okay, I guess I've got to explain it to Gregor here. That was a takeoff on Conan the Barbarian. What is best in life? Jesus.
Oh,
I hate that I had to explain that. That was perfect.
I mean, I knew that what that was. I thought about trying to do the Arnie impression, but nah, I don't have enough in me. I don't have enough energy right now for that.
For something with 10% volume or 10%, it's 10% proof. It doesn't have that sting of regular liquor.
What is that? Is that like a whiskey or is it like a vodka?
I don't know what it is.
I can't see it.
Apple shot. Johnny Bootlegger Alcatraz apple.
What is it, like a liqueur or something like that?
Apple shot is what it says. But
looks like some sort of like Mad Dog 2020 style shit.
So maybe that's what it is.
It goes down very smoothly though.
That sounds a lot like what Mad Dog is. It's basically like a shitball wine, but it actually tastes pretty good.
But it doesn't
really
sting.
Sweet.
It doesn't sting or assault my senses. It doesn't make me feel like I've got battery acid in my legs.
Yeah, neither does Mad Dog or Four Loko.
Oh man,
Almost
I
Four
see
Locos.
why all the bums prefer that. Then, yeah.
I actually tried a Four Loco hard seltzer, and that was awful. It tasted like cough syrup.
Mm.
So what's the answer though in this film, right? I mean, I mean, I've seen the Conan movie. I'm assuming you're talking about the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, I just
What is?
answered. Okay, in the movie, what is the answer? What is best?
Yeah.
He asks him, "What is Conan? What is best in life?" And he
Uh-huh.
says, "To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of the women."
Oh,
That was
okay.
a terrible impression.
I don't know how to do Australian. They're like some
Let me see.
bastardized
Okay.
version of Australian or something. I don't know. Why do they?
Let me see if I can do it. Hello, cross your enemies, see them driven before you, hear the lamentations of the women.
Pretty good.
Hello.
It was certainly better than Jeremy. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, do I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle?
Hello, I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
No, that's not how the Terminator was in the first one.
I can only do like angry Arnold Schwarzenegger. I can't do robotic Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You disappoint me, kid. The didn't come in until later. You can't just throw in the "lau" for everything, Arnold. I mean,
I kind of have to do that to get in the right mindset.
"lau." It's like a dying goat.
Even when I go back to like bodybuilder era Arnold Schwarzenegger, I have to do that. When I am pumping iron, I feel like I am coming.
Come on, kill me! I'm here. Kill me!
Come on, go ahead. You got what you wanted. Give these people ear. There is no bathroom.
Yeah, that was perfect. Okay, what about Stallone?
I can't really do Stallone. Let me see. I am. Ugh. That's not very good. I can't do it.
No, that wasn't very good.
Dredd.
I hate Judge Dredd so much.
It's not very good. Especially compared to the comics. The comics are pretty badass.
I'm gonna bring in soup. I'm gonna bring in I'm gonna bring in Babbage myself, and for once, everybody in this town's gonna tell the truth, Ray.
No, I'm not even close.
Nobody liked Copland except me, I guess.
I never saw it.
Okay, I know you hate movies, and I'm not allowed to talk about movies, right?
Oh, I like movies.
No, it's a Karate Kid you're not allowed to talk about.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai, to be specific.
Yeah, Cobra Kai.
I mean, you're allowed to talk about
Whatever
it.
the
I
fruity
care.
fucking Netflix
No,
reboot is.
I can still watch movies, but they have to be old for me to make it through them. For them to keep my attention, I can't watch new movies unless they're in the MCU.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch very many new movies anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but they're not.
Everything is reboots now. Everything.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do we need a Space Jam 2? First Space Jam sucked.
Yeah. I'm not
It was a
Space
relic
Jam,
of
but
the
yeah.
90s. Space Jam is a relic of the 90s, and so for that, I think that it should be preserved by the Library of Congress.
I mean,
How is that how is that an argument?
It's partially justified
It's not
by
an
the
argument. It's gospel. You don't have to argue with
I mean, I understand. Like, you could say that about any era, right? I mean, what's the special about the 90s?
because Space Jam, or not Space Jam, but the 90s were all about people making business deals with, using bad judgment calls, bad logic based on, all these, Generation X kids, they like this, so they'll like this thrown together with that. And that's the soul of the 90s right there. This whole businessmen telling jaded young teenagers what they like and them liking it, but still begrudging them telling them.
I mean, the Space Jam movie, okay, its existence is justified by the Monstars anthem from the soundtrack. That song is badass.
Why do you keep muting, Gregor? What are you hiding? I'm unmuting you. What?
I'm eating.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, you want the sweet ASMR sounds of
No.
chewing.
Go back.
Yes.
Yes.
I fear no human, but people who unironically enjoy mukbang ASMR I'm afraid of them.
It grosses me out to hear all those.
You make a whole album of that. And it'll
Oh God! Oh God! It grosses me out. And for women to be doing that into the microphone is even worse.
Yeah, I don't get why people want to actually hear that. Like relaxing noises is supposed to be like ceiling fans and shit and white noise, not the sound of someone fucking chowing down on a million pounds of seafood.
I know, and sometimes it's the morbidly obese people who do it. Oh God!
It's really funny. Mukbang came from South Korea, and most South Korean mukbangers are normal weight. Almost all like American and UK mukbangers are fat as fuck. Like so fat they could probably like eat you and still have room for seconds.
What is it that you're saying? Mukbangers? What?
You don't know what that is?
No.
It's watching
don't
people.
Video. Just tell me what it is.
No, we don't want to. We want to be able to keep our. We don't want you to throw up your dinner, but
right.
It's basically just watching people eat tons and tons of food on camera.
Wow. And that's really wow.
That's
people
pretty much
watch
it.
that.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I guess people watch anything, right? So.
Yeah, it apparently came from South Korea, where the whole idea was like, oh, you have someone to eat dinner with if you don't actually have anybody, which is sad, but, whatever. But then in America, it's just like, oh, you can eat lots of food on camera, and people will watch that? Oh, my fucking God, this is the American dream.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. And there's those people who apparently like, you know what ASMR is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Apparently, there's people who like the sound of people just the microphone like right here up to their mouth and listening to that while they're eating.
I mean, I believe it, but it's just it is astounding at the same time.
I know. It's just like what? Who watches this? How does this have millions of views?
Okay, I agree for the most part, but there are a few that I can tolerate.
You can tolerate what?
A few ASMR artists. There are a few ASMR artists that are okay.
I really hate the whispering into the microphone thing. I don't know. It just really annoys me.
What's wrong with whispering?
You don't even have the right kind of microphone for it, so it's just
I don't have a blue Yeti or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what kind they use where it doesn't get all distorted when you get off from there, I guess.
This will make you tingle. Tingles.
No, this isn't tingling.
I mean, I've tried to, experience that thing. It never really has that impact on me.
I can experience it without wearing headphones.
No, I've had some music that gives me like tingles, but not
there
like
are two
sounds.
Women who do it well. It's Seafoam Kitten and ASMR Glow.
What, do they talk dirty? I don't know if it's just like women's voices or if it's guys who just really into the sound of women's whispering that those are so popular.
Well, look, I mean, you've had a woman like, whispering sweet nothings into your ear before, right? And even I've had that, right? I mean, and it does tingle when they're right up against your ear, and like.
Oh yeah, but no, stop. but the reason for that is physical intimacy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want
it's
that
a way
from the
for sad, lonely people to, experience that, without,
I don't want that from a fucking YouTube video. If I really want, I'll just go jerk off to porn.
See, that's the thing. Everybody always says that about shit, but I mean, I just, if I still did jerk off, it wouldn't be to porn because porn is too obvious. I mean, it's like I have to have a lot of build up and foreplay to appreciate it, and like a lot of build up to the humiliation or whatever it is. It's like like if it's a humiliation type thing, then the girl has to, Go
ahead.
This is that the girl has to like be a total bitch for like several videos or whatever, and then it like earn the punishment. So.
Is this why you've been reading more erotica?
No, I've been reading more erotica because Regina, because she knows
gives
all
you a good
these
excuse.
things. No. Honestly, I read that one earlier because the author is going to be one of our guests tonight. That's why I read that.
Neil Bimbeau. I still can't believe it wasn't until last week's show that I didn't know that I noticed his
I didn't either.
name was that.
That's awesome. But I mean, it's all right for what it is. But I'm more excited to talk to Drew Stepek of Godless.com because he wrote that awesome vampire series that I've talked about. Not Church Mouse, but the other.
Yeah, I know.
Knuckleballs. Yeah. I think the third installment, if he ever finishes it, will be called Knuckle Up. We'll talk about that, though. And
so is he coming on this evening?
Yeah, after Neil. So
I thought that I thought there was another guy coming on as well, another author.
He should be coming in soon. Yeah, he was on here a few weeks ago. Thomas Cleckler.
Cleckler. Yeah, I saw that you were.
He asked to come back, and I would totally oblige that because, and no, he wrote an awesome book in Bound by Rights and painted that awesome cover that like just made that story so much more chilling. Here he is right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, we were just talking about how you begged to come back on. We were trying to figure out what was wrong with you. But no.
Well, begged's a strong word.
No, but I was bragging on Bound by Rights again. Oddly enough,
thanks.
You hate ASMR. That's
well, I can't. It's interesting. The only time I ever get ASMR is if in real life, if somebody is using like my pencil or touching something that belongs to me, then I'll get it. But I've never been able to get it from like ASMR videos or any of that stuff.
And you wore headphones? They say that's what you got to do.
Yeah, I've tried it with headphones and real nice headphones too. Have
you been painting anymore? I mean, obviously you've got a good catalog of books, but do you still paint regularly?
I have a perpetual. I always have unfinished paintings. I have a huge acrylic painting that's unfinished. I was diddle farting around with digital paintings, and then I got to a level where I was like, okay, I'm pleased with how these look, and I lost interest. And now I'm doing pen and ink stuff again, and I'm going to try to make a, Shel Silverstein, the book Where the Sidewalk Ends.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to try to do something like that, but obviously not kid-friendly.
Yeah, I don't think that you're ever going to be kid-friendly.
No.
I've been meaning to make progress on Subcutaneous because you recommended that as a nice contrast to Bound by Rights. Correct?
Yeah. Well, it's not homework, so I don't ever want y'all to feel like,
obligated. It is to me. I read, like, in no exaggeration, I can read up to like 30 and maybe more than that, books at once, and they all just kind of blend together in one big sandbox. That is how I approach reading. So I actually got some writing of my own done earlier. I'm developing this idea. It's kind of like my own little sandbox to play in. I don't want it to become a brand or any kind of subgenre, but if it does, cool. But I just have an idea that I have some certain guidelines that I feel will make a story more fun if I try it. That's what I'm doing. So no one ever say I set out to create some subgenre. I'm just trying something that I've noticed no one else has, and I thought this could be fun. And
well, you better keep it a secret.
I know.
Keep it to yourself.
I know. That's what they say every week, and I want to talk about it so bad. I want to talk about my work. See, I think that's why I'm not as productive as I could be often, is because, well, I used to talk about writing with my mom, who, like, nobody's ever supported me with that like she did. She was a listener, and also
you can rent whores for that,
Dude, come on.
mean,
I know you mean it like that, but you know. But anyway,
I mean, a lot of
also-
people do that. They don't, you don't need to have sex with them. You can just talk to them. No,
yeah,
listen.
you know that most whores don't read. Also, they prefer to be called.
Well, that's what this show is for.
Oh, I did
Yeah, we're basically his whores for the night.
It's
Yeah.
the term they prefer, I believe, is sex worker, which I'm kind of like.
I don't
let's
care
call a
about
spade
political
a spade.
correctness.
You know.
That was just a joke. It was totally a joke. I'm not going politically correct. But
No, I'm with you.
but also, I used to be a member of this writers group locally, and everybody was just reading really bad tone deaf poetry until I came in there and started like busting open my one fiction story after another I'd saved up, and then by the end of it, like a year later, everybody was reading fiction except for one or two. And all the poets, these self-described poets, had like abandoned the group or whatever. It's like, and it happened totally organically, just with me being there. But I used to be able to share my stuff through that avenue too, and then everybody went their separate ways on that because they felt like I was bringing in too many horror authors or like controversial people.
Well, as far as poetry goes, if it doesn't rhyme, I'm not interested in it. So like
Wait,
all
are
the
you
stuff.
serious?
I'm serious. For poetry, if it doesn't rhyme, I don't got the time. And for all the things I'm trying to write for this little pet project I'm working on, I bought a rhyming dictionary and I've been killing myself and it's hard as shit. But
is that a real thing? A rhyming dictionary?
Yeah.
Yeah, you use them all the time.
It breaks up instead of like you don't look up words, you look up like the sound. So words that end in a certain sound are clumped together, and it's kind of been a learning curve actually, because the way I would pronounce something or would think that a phoneme would be pronounced or spelled rather, that's not how it is. And so I'm flipping through the book trying to find, but it's a lot easier just to use the internet, but I like to have the book.
There are a lot of poets people who into poetry that say it doesn't have to rhyme, you can tell a story with it. I hate the fact that poetry doesn't tell a self-contained story most often, even when it tries to. It's just that form.
It's almost like prose, but haphazardly broken and split among different lines. And I could be totally caveman on this and I'm missing something, but I just don't get a kick out of it.
Yeah. So what's everybody up to?
I'm reading Monstrum Führer. I'm reading Monstrum Führer.
Yes, I saw that. Really awesome book. Are you familiar with what's his name? Edward
Something like Eclac or something. I don't know.
Edward Erdelak. You heard of him, Thomas?
No.
No. Okay. Here we go.
I mean, if you hadn't have bought it for me as a gift, and if you hadn't have sung its praises, I would have probably given up at like a few different spots.
Wait.
Early on.
Since you've been reading, you've already thought about giving up?
Yeah, like three different, like at least three different points early on, because the author does things that I find it's like kind of annoying or lazy or something, right?
Oh man, his journey is so worth it. What could he have possibly done that made you think that? I mean,
okay, well, the first chapter. I mean, what was the point of the first chapter? I mean, other than just get these books into the Mengele's hands. Why was he visiting this old man? Like, it was really no point of like
precisely for what you said. He's Mengele. We're in the midst of World War II, or about to be, and it's the secret of reanimating a human body.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you're not answering my question, right? Which is,
I swear I hear a pill bottle rattling around.
That's not me.
I'm sorry, it's the ice in my drink.
Oh man,
But he goes to this old man's place, right, to have a little tea with him, right? But why? What was the motivation? What was Mangala's motivation to visit that guy? Because he didn't know that the guy was going to have those books for him. That was a surprise, right? So, I mean, there was just no motivation for that scene to exist. Like, it was just...
see that part's kind of been submerged for me because I stand in awe of what is accomplished later on in the story with the Frankenstein going up against an army of Russians by himself. Holy!
Well, I haven't gotten to that point yet. So,
well, I mean, no, that's not a spoiler. That's obvious.
well, I mean, it's gonna, he's gonna, punch people or whatever, rip them in half or whatever he does. But, and then
Germans
what's that?
Germans too, Germans and Russians.
Yeah. So, I mean, then like, the kids are, hiding in the attic. It was just like, can't they hide somewhere else, right? I mean, isn't it just
that really happened in World War II?
I know, but it's like cliche, right? Like, can't they just hide
I
somewhere
agree
else?
with him. I think I agree. That's
And
kind of
Frank, dude, they hid it within the walls and in the attic or behind a bookcase or something. They had to hide. It's a fact.
I'm not saying that it's not true, right? That didn't happen. I'm just saying that couldn't they have hid somewhere else? Find some other way to hide these guys.
Did they have to smother a baby to keep it from crying too?
No, but
here's something about hiding in an attic. Wouldn't the Nazis be, at least, even though they're grunts, wouldn't they be smart enough to think, hey, here's a room up here at the top that's unexplored and it's all dusty? They wouldn't dare hide up here. They wouldn't hide up here for nothing. I mean,
well, that assumes they're actively looking for them,
right?
But they were.
And then
well, they didn't just like have people go around like just search for people. They
did
actually had. If they didn't know where they were, they didn't actively search for them unless they had like a tip or something.
Yeah. Huh. But so then like another thing that I found annoying, right, was that the kids are hiding in the attic. One of the kids has to poop, and they're like, and there's like a bucket, and they're like, oh, can you get one of those books off the shelf so I can wipe my butt with the pages?
And he wipes his ass with Mein Kampf. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's stupid. I mean, it's just like,
oh, are you a fan of it?
Yeah.
Are you a fan of that book? Are you a fan of that book? Is that?
No, but it just seems so just. Like patronizing is what you.
I know exactly what you're talking about. What I see that all the time, and and it's just a big eye roll. You're like, okay, right. We get it. Hitler bad. Okay, we get
exactly.
it.
And why would these Jews have that book up in their attic anyways,
that's a good point too. Why would they have it?
Well, it was the most popular book in Germany at the time, so it's not a surprise.
I did not know
They might have a copy to attempt to supplicate.
Okay, but regardless of whether or not there's verisimilitude in them having it, it's just so lame that you know what I mean. Like
potential questioners. Oh, I have the book. I'm devoted to his message. Or something like that.
I mean, I hear you, but I'm still saying, it's lame to have him wipe his butt with the page. It's just come on.
Did that whole scene just exist because for the image of someone doing that, is that the whole point of that whole scene was just so they could have them wipe their ass with a page of Mein Kampf? In which point,
like in the Book Thief, where there's like a twist or something where a girl's like painting over pages of Mein Kampf to write her own story or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's a little bit more creative, at least. I mean, wiping the butt, I mean, it's just, I mean, I didn't like that. I mean, I thought it was
you're
lame,
right. Oh, Hitler bad. I'm gonna punch a Nazi today. That kind of thing is definitely tired. And I mean, like, the kind of Nazi they're talking about doesn't even exist anymore. I mean, it was they got.
Well, I think they do, but
no, not like they did in World War II.
No, I think they.
Now we're arguing over
exist.
So many shades of different grays that it's like.
But I hear what you're saying, right? So those things, right? Annoyed me, but then, another thing that annoyed me too was, and this didn't turn out to be this way, but it seemed like it was this way, right? The dude runs across Frankenstein's monster creature or whatever. and he's like screams out Frankenstein. It's like, why are you screaming out Frankenstein? You know, like
At what point was that?
when he first sees the monster in the Arctic, you know, he screams out Frankenstein. He's like, why? He knows that's not his name. You know,
Talking about Eli, right? Eli.
Well, we
Yeah.
hope we know that.
But
We hope
not
he knows
Eli.
it's
It's
not
Jotham.
his name.
It's Jotham or Jotham or whatever his name is.
Okay.
Eli's the brother that died.
But is Frankenstein like within the universe of Monster and Fur? Is like Frankenstein like an actual book? Is it like a memoir within the universe of Monster
It's
and Fur?
a diary in this universe, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean
okay.
it's not. Yeah,
That's why
I mean,
it finds its way into Mingala's hands, and he,
Right.
researches it in order to. You get the idea.
Yeah, so
For weapons.
that was annoying, right? I mean, why was he yelling just the word Frankenstein? Because like, if he was just trying to say, like, he wasn't even like calling to the creature. Like that's what it seemed like at first, right? That maybe he was calling to the creature, calling it Frankenstein, right? But he wasn't. He was just like yelling the word Frankenstein. And
It
it's just
seemed like if they were going to do that, it'd make more sense for him to yell something like the monster or something like that.
Or he would say something like, "Hey, I don't know." He was trying to, I guess, say, "I know about Frankenstein. Hey, I want to talk to you." You know what I mean? I know who you are, I guess, is really what he's ultimately saying by when he's screaming Frankenstein in the scene.
So he was trying to call to the monster.
Like in
Yeah.
in Planet of the Apes when he finds the Statue of Liberty. You know how I forget exactly what he cries out, but he's like condemning the people that did it. That maybe it's that sort of is what
You
it was
bastards,
supposed to
you
kind
blew
of
it
be.
all
No,
up.
I mean he was searching for the creature, right? And then when he finally finds the creature, he hollers out Frankenstein. It's like, why?
Yeah, that's a little.
That
It was
seems
really
like an awful trivial thing to get hung up on. I'm
Well,
things like that pile up.
yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
So
all I can
It
remember
breaks
is how
the immersion.
fucking badass
Right,
it was
right.
in when he actually gets going in the story.
I mean, I'm at that point now,
Yeah,
right?
okay,
And
okay.
and so I said, at one point, and all these things that I'm talking about were like prior to like the 25% mark or something like that. And I was thinking, I had made myself a deal, like if it doesn't get any better at 30%, I'm just going to give up. You know what I mean? Like, so it got better. I'm about halfway through it, and it's pretty, it's pretty interesting and fun kind of read, I guess, right? So I mean, well, fun as much as it can be fun, but the content, right? I mean, with kids getting killed in concentration camps isn't really super fun, I guess, but it did inspire me to read a whole bunch about Mangala today, and man, like that's incredible. That dude like lived until his old age, and died swimming with his buddies. Had a stroke. In the 70s, like he was, I think it was in the 70s or something, 79 or something like that.
Where did he end up?
In like Buenos Aires.
That's what I thought.
One of those
Argentina.
Argentina.
Yeah. One of those tropical. Is it tropical? South America or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
South American countries. Yeah, I mean, he lived in a number of them, and under his own name. Like he wasn't even like for a lot of the time he was living under his own name.
Yeah, Perón let a bunch of Nazis go there after World War II.
Yeah.
Well, the United States government absorbed a bunch of them into the nuclear
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
Operation Paperclip. Yeah.
That is true. So yeah, that was and I mean it is just amazing though that I don't know, the whole phenomenon's amazing, really. Just the fact that they had so many dudes that just didn't care, and they're just say, oh yeah, like all these these people in these insane asylums and these folks that are a drain on the public funds, or let's just kill them all. You know what I mean?
Now I know I hear a pill bottle.
Yeah.
It's not a pill bottle. It's my eyes. I'm sorry.
Don't lie to me.
So what if it was
ice in Thomas's drink?
I know that's ironic, right?
I'm looking.
What if it was a pill bottle?
Well, I mean,
Yeah. So what if it was a pill bottle?
Get
What's the
really
big deal?
it gets Jeremy really excited. It's like
I know,
it's like It's like a squeaky toy to a dog.
It's like
Yeah.
Pavlov's dogs, you know. It's like they hear a bell and their mouths water. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I
you're
hear
about to
a
ask,
bird.
like, what are you taking, man?
You're a real product.
Can you,
Start,
you got
start
any
shaking.
there?
You
Can
start
you
shaking.
send me
when you-
some?
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's the author in question, writer of Jewish weird westerns, mystic 70s Harlem PIs, Van Helsing, heroic cannibals, and everything you ever wanted to know about boxing in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
put
author.
his Jewish or Hasidic Jew Western thing on my list, right? You know, that sounded pretty good.
Yeah, what's it called again? The
I don't remember.
Wandering Jew, the Ascetic Jew, or what is it?
I don't remember.
Damn, it was
does
some
sound
cool, really
interesting.
cool. It was some really cool title.
I think it's safe to assume that this guy's Jewish.
I
High
think he,
Plains Drift,
Probably.
Merkaba Rider. That's what it is.
yeah, Merkaba Rider. That's right.
And
Yeah.
check it. Book 2 is called The Mensch with No Name instead of The Man with No Name. I mean, it's just
I mean, that's a little bit of eye rolling, but you know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
no,
the
that's
first,
funny.
That sounds more like a comedy.
yeah, I know that, and it's not supposed to be. I don't think. I think it's supposed to be kind of like a, you know, a cult, you know, Western kind of thing, you know, horror mixed in.
A fistful of bagels.
Yeah, I mean that's what it sounds like, you know, like a Mel Brooks thing or something.
Well, all I can say is stick with it. You know, it.
Like I said, I'm enjoying it.
Okay, you are
I mean, I
now.
got past a certain point, you know, and you know, it's you know, it's enjoyable. I mean, I read a lot of it today, and I'll likely finish it in a couple days. You know, depends, but you know,
300
depends on,
some pages, so it's
yeah, I mean, it depends on if he, you know, screws up, right? I mean, he could totally, you know, it could totally drag for the last half. I don't know, but we'll
No.
see.
not
I
possible.
don't think so. I think it's going to be just, you know, basically the Incredible Hulk running around in World War II, tearing people up. Essentially, is what it looks like it's going to be now. So
I don't know. I think that this Frankenstein is actually one of the better versions I've read, or Frankenstein's monster. I mean,
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, I like the creature in this book. You know, I mean, it's a pretty cool depiction of the creature. I like the fact that he runs around with a bunch of wolves pulling his sleigh. Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
that's badass. Yeah,
That's
and
pretty
he,
good.
and
Man.
Yeah,
he
That's pretty
puts he puts Jotham or Eli in Jotham. He puts
Yeah.
him inside a walrus's torn open
yeah,
belly to warm him up from to keep him from
yeah,
hypothermia.
like a tauntaun. Yeah, yeah.
That was cool. I mean, it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely gotten better. You know, it's had its stumbling blocks in the beginning, but it's definitely gotten better, and you know, I'm enjoying it. You know,
Are you reading anything else? You devoted to this?
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm reading that, and then I'm also still reading Le Morte d'Arthur. I'm still reading that,
So what's
and
going on in that one? Well, go ahead.
you know, there's a tournament. You know, a bunch of knights are coming to it, and then like I think that this one knight's going to reveal his true identity to everybody, and it's going to be a big shock and
Lancelot,
whatever.
right?
It's the tournament fighter season of the anime.
I don't know what that means, but
A bunch of fighting shouting anime have like a season where there's like a fighting tournament or something like that.
So it's Lancelot, right?
no, it's Beaumains or something like that. I don't, you know,
Who?
it's Beaumains, something like that, right? And
Isn't that the name of like a luxury shoe company or something?
I mean, that's what it sounds like, but his true name is Sir Gareth. But yeah, so I mean, you know, like I said, that's like most of this book is just like episodic stories of various knights associated with the Round Table, right? And also, I did look it up, Jeremy. The Round Table can fit 150 knights.
Well, that sounds like it's not as prestigious as we were led to believe.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not
That's
sure.
a big ass table.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a huge table, yes, but you know, I'm not sure where the 12 Knights thing came from. I know it's likely an allusion to, Christ and the, apostles or whatever, but I'm not sure when that started happening, right? When people were talked about the, Arthur and his 12 Knights at a round table. I'm not sure. I tried to find an answer to that. I couldn't, but I did find that the table does fit, fit 150 people, knights rather. Oh, I also finished The Crossings. That was good. By Jack Ketchum.
Yeah. No. So what's that about?
Let's see. It is about it was obviously it's a western, and it takes and these women, these like a sister and two sisters get like kidnapped by these basically Mexican human traffickers, right? And they get taken to this little village where there's tons of women that have been kidnapped, and they're basically just forced into prostitution at this little location.
Basically.
I was just thinking that sounds like my kind of place.
So yeah, so then and then there's like a couple of I don't know, creepy old women that live there, that are the madams, I guess, and they're also like witchy kind of ladies or whatever. And one of the women escapes, and then she comes across these, cowboys that help her, help her try to get her sister back. It's like so these cowboy guys go and help her out, and
So Jack Ketchum wrote a western.
Yeah.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, I mean it's good. I mean it's a really good book. I mean, I'm not really doing it justice because I don't really want to give away much about what goes on in it, but it's very brutal and discomforting. Yeah, I guess is a good way to put it. Right. I mean, it makes you squirm quite a bit reading it. Yeah.
I have such a low tolerance for that, and y'all will laugh, but I quit reading American Psycho because it was just too much.
At what point did you
like the very first part where he starts killing the homeless guy and his dog? I was like, all right, that's
I can understand.
it's like, I'm not gonna listen to you kill a fucking dog.
Did that happen at the beginning?
It happens really early on.
Yeah.
Is it the homeless guy's dog, or is it just that?
It's the homeless guy's dog. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
But the movie I really enjoyed because it wasn't so over the top with at some point it's just like, all right, is this just gore porn that you're trying to do here? Because there's a time and a place for that, and I'm not the customer for that. So, that's not what I'm interested in. And so I just quit reading it.
The thing is, like, it sounds weird, but it actually gets pretty funny at times.
Yeah, it's actually
I was
pretty
enjoying it. I was enjoying it because I liked like you said, there were some things that were that are funny in it, that were funny, but it lost me there because that outweighed the parts that I was enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely scenes in there that were exceedingly extreme, and that was part of the purpose of them. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see why anybody would be turned off by that book. And this Jack Ketchum book isn't quite to the levels of that, right? Because I mean, it wasn't the Jack Ketchum book. The point isn't just it's not like he's trying to be as extreme as he possibly can be, right?
Sure.
Where that's kind of what's going on with the American Psycho, right? It's a little bit more down to earth and realistic. I mean, the things that are being depicted are things that happen and things that you don't like the idea of that they actually happen in real life, that type of thing. So yeah, it was pretty nasty and pretty gnarly, and it was a good read. It was short. I mean, I think it's a novella, but I'd recommend it to people that like westerns and like horror.
Ketchum was always really good at getting into the mind of someone who's committed a homicide and they haven't been caught. The overwhelming guilt and paranoia that culminates, that accumulates the longer they go without prosecution. He's really good at building the anxiety up in those types of individuals. to the point where it almost makes me wonder, did he do experience that at one point? That's how good he was. Well, what do you think of Ketchum, Thomas?
I don't think I've read anything he's written.
Don't
You're
start with
not a big
red.
horror reader.
I'm really not. I have a very low tolerance for scary things.
But you write scary things.
Yeah.
That's not as unusual as you would think. For some reason, like for instance, there are musicians who might play in a heavy metal or punk band, even though they don't listen to it, in their leisure time. It just their music comes out in that form. And-
Truthfully, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was finished.
What I was going to say, truthfully, like I've said before, I'm an artist first, so what I follow mostly are other horror artists. I think last time one of you guys mentioned one of them, Suzanne. It's either Black or Blanc. I can never remember, but
I think it's Susan Black.
Black, yeah, and that's kind of where I get my stuff is from horror artists. That's where I get my inspiration and so on and so forth. Not really from works.
You probably recognize a bunch of her works, Jeremy, because she appears on a bunch of Deadite Press covers.
Yeah, she does.
Okay. Not Lakeshore Inferno. Sperm Jackers from Hell.
No, like the early stuff. She's on the cover of like Porno for Psychos from Wrath James White.
Okay, she's on the cover. What?
Her artwork is on the cover.
Okay.
Who else is a really good artist is Dino Valls. I have both of his books. It's here, I'll type it in the chat. He's a Spanish artist, and his stuff is not explicitly frightening. What he really captures is like emotion and feeling, and I think it helps whatever your art is, if you're writing or if you're making songs or if you're painting or whatever, to have influences from outside of your, from outside of what you do.
Yeah.
Like if you write, have influences, that's music. There's music obviously influences paintings a bunch too, or for me,
Yeah, the Dino guy's work looks like it to be something that John Podesta might like.
Oh no.
Yeah. I had that had not occurred to me, and then somebody made a comment when I was showing them their stuff, and now I'm not quite sure how I feel about it anymore.
Right.
But at least he's very technically skilled, and that's
for sure. Yeah,
that's a big.
All I see available for sale anywhere is a Spanish edition of.
Oh man, the books are a huge fucking pain in the ass to get a hold of.
Did you get them?
Yeah, I have the first 2 volumes. And shout out to Amazon for beating to shit the second volume. I really appreciate that on my $200 book.
Until there was nothing even left to propel the story along, I'll bet, right? That's why we're going to talk to a publisher later on in the show who's looking to fix that, and it might behoove you to speak with him, Thomas, on or off the air, because you said you've had your struggles with Amazon.
I'm very interested to hear him speak, actually.
You want to talk about what they've censored for you?
Well, it's kind of a combination of Amazon and like Facebook and therefore Instagram, and it has to do with like the advertising. So I think I mentioned this on the last show I was on. The original cover for my 3rd novel was it's a nude meditating, and then above her is like her mirror, but it doesn't have any skin. And because she's naked, I couldn't pay to promote that book on Amazon. I couldn't do advertising on it. Because of the nudity. And I've had other ones where I couldn't do it because of, and then like, the robot that sends you the email and tells you why. The category for one of them was something like violence and gore or something like that, And it's like, well, these paintings are like perfect, like they're the perfect covers for these things because it's for so many reasons. And it's like, how am I supposed to advertise this? And the stuff that you guys read a lot, which is way more severe than some of the stuff I write. How are these people supposed to advertise anything? You know, it's like, if I want the customer, because my customers are people that like paintings of girls with their skin pulled off. There's a big overlap. And if I can't show that, how am I going to find people that are interested in my stuff?
Yeah, Amazon is very, very stupid about that. Like with Deadite, I'm pretty sure they just didn't advertise with Amazon. They probably had other methods.
Right. So what I ended up having to do was just reach out to individual people on Instagram and give them money to promote my stuff on their page.
Oh.
Yeah.
You definitely got some of the best covers, and Bound by Rights in particular, because I feel like that's a living, person staring at me.
That's very, very kind. Thank you.
Yeah. Did you is it infused with some kind of chaos magic or something? I mean, there's something about it that's like legitimately heavy,
Well, I don't know. It's
Now you said something
I think
that
it's the eyes really sell it.
Yeah, you said something both in messages and on your first appearance here that kind of tipped me off that maybe you are a practitioner, and that's, you said that anything can be a ritual. Reading a book, writing a story. You said anything can be a ritual technically.
Yeah, I think really, truly what it is great works of art, paintings, books, whatever, and not even necessarily super great, but just what makes something have soul is the person that created it sacrificed something to make it. They sacrificed a piece of their soul to put that piece in the work, whether that be time or serious thought and energy over a long period of time, taking something very serious. So I think it does matter, and it does come across. And I've also recently been thinking about, because people talk about things having, soul in them, and it's like a real soulful whatever. And I think another big aspect of it is if something had to be overcome or circumvented or beat in order to make something. Like for me, it was all these ridiculous ailments I had that interfered with me making things, like hand issues where I couldn't paint, or eye issues where I couldn't be on the computer and type, I think all of that goes into it. And so while I don't say killing chickens and stuff like that, I don't really buy into, but I think there is something to be said for someone taking what they do very seriously and spending a lot of time and thought and energy to put a piece of their spirit and their soul into what they're making. I think it comes across. I think it has to, because of the effect all kinds of things have on all kinds of people.
Okay, fair enough. Are you reading anything else, Gregor?
No, that's really it. I mean, other than the Scar, I'm listening to that still, but I don't.
Wow, you're really taking your time with that one.
Well, it's an audiobook, and I don't have a whole lot of
spare time
opportunity really to listen to it. So I don't have a commute or anything like that, right? So
we should probably get our reading, stuff out of the way before the first guest. So who wants to talk about their stuff next that they're reading?
Like what we're reading currently?
Yeah.
We try to fit that in every show in case we want to shout out an author or tie it back to something we talked about on some other topic, But
oh, I see. Yeah, I haven't been reading anything. The last thing I read was that Age of Napoleon book.
Agent Napoleon?
No, Age of Napoleon. It's a history book. It's not.
Oh, cool. No, that's history is fascinating.
Yeah, it was really well done. It was by Will Durant, the audiobook is like 50 hours or something, but you can skip. There's portions you can skip that and come back to later. But it was really well done, and it was I really enjoyed it.
What is your analysis of Napoleon as a human being? I mean,
I think history and media and movies and stuff portray him as like a joke and a tyrant and all these things, but I think truly he might have been one of the greatest men to ever live. You know, it's like him, Alexander the Great, Ramses the Great. You know, there's only a handful of these people. Just the things that he did, and just him, his own character. He literally killed through exhaustion several of his receptionists, just because he was just dictating to them constantly, and it just wore them out. You know, it's like,
Wow.
I can really, you know, I dig that. It's like he's just going, and then Durant at the end of the book has a really nice summary, and he kind of wraps it up, and you know, someone like Napoleon who put years into weeks, you know, and weeks into days, and days into hours, you know, burning the candle at every end, both ends and in the middle. It really was interesting, because, you know, everybody, the only thing I knew about Napoleon going into it was, okay, he's a short guy who's likes to go to war, you know, which is all I think we learn about him from media and stuff. And then
that's true. Yeah.
Napoleon complex, oh, short guy, you know, but I mean, just look at what he did, you know. I don't think you can really mock him at all.
Yeah, he also was entertaining in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. We can't forget that. That was the real Napoleon, right?
That's right.
Huh? What about you, Ben?
I read quite a few things. Last thing I read was a book called Lean Against This Late Hour by, and I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, Garis Abdul Malekian, who's an Iranian poet. And Lean Against This Late Hour is his first English translation of poetry. Most of his poems are about things like war, love, things like that. This one that I really liked it's called Pattern 5, and it goes, flying was no longer the bird's wished. Flying was no longer the bird's wish. It plucked its feathers out one by one in order to lie bald upon this pillow, in order to slip into a different dream. And I really like that one. It's not much to say about it. I think it's a great collection of poetry, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah. I like the title.
Yeah, it's from the one of the longer poems in the book. It's really good. Let's see. Also read Delany's Empire Star, which is like the companion novella to Babel 17. Compared to Babel 17, it's a lot more. It's by Delany. Compared to Babel 17, it's a lot more pulpy. It's basically about this young boy named Comet Joe who's trying to deliver a message that he doesn't really even know what the message is by bumming us on a spaceship to a place called Empire Star. It was pretty entertaining. I also read The Haunting of Lin-Manuel Miranda, which is Ishmael Reed's response to the Hamilton musical. It's the idea behind it is it's like a night before, a Christmas Carol type story. It's The Haunting of Lin-Manuel Miranda.
So how long is this piece? I mean,
Jeremy can't. That's not. What are you typing?
Lin-Manuel Miranda?
Yes. L-I-N is L-I-N.
Well, that's wrong. Bitch can't even spell her name right. Or his.
I hate it when people don't spell their names right.
It's a him, and he's Puerto Rican. That's a normal way to spell a Puerto Rican name. But it's like a Christmas Carol-esque story where Ishmael Reed is haunted by the ghosts of Hamilton, George Washington, uh, uh,
Lincoln?
some unnamed slaves and Native Americans to basically get lectured about how his play whitewashes the history of the founding of America. And I think it's really good. It's a good critique.
But Ishmael Reed's not getting haunted. It's Lin-Manuel Miranda, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There is a joke in there about how Ishmael Reed hated the play and had to skip a mortgage payment to be able to see it on Broadway. So it is pretty funny. There's a lot of humor in it.
So how long is it, though?
It's like 7 pages.
Okay.
It's one play. And
it's a play?
Oh, a play.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the best part in the book is probably when when he gets visited by the ghost of Harriet Tubman. That part's pretty entertaining. But I think it's a pretty good book. Very educational and a good response to that stupid ass fucking musical.
Yeah, I don't understand the appeal. I kind of understand the appeal to it, but of it.
It's the rapping founding fathers. How do you come up with that and not immediately slap yourself?
I know.
What do you, I'm out of the loop. The what? What's it in response to?
There's
Hamilton,
a musical called Hamilton. Have you heard of it?
No.
It's supposed to be a rap musical around Alexander Hamilton.
Oh my god.
And it's one of the things it notices is it's cast with black actors, and as he points out that casting the founding fathers with black actors is like casting Nazis with Jewish actors.
Or like that show there's some new show, I think it was on Netflix or something, where it's about like old English royalty, and it's a bunch of black actors playing all these.
Yeah.
And you know what?
It's just it's representation. Forget about how much European nobles slaughtered Africans.
Yeah, but I still think that's
I think
inauthentic.
I agree. I think let's try, or here's a flip side of it, or they make some movie taking place in the Far East, and the main actor is some American guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you couldn't find someone from that country to play.
It's like when
a legendary character from that myth of that country. It's like, really.
Right.
It's like John Wayne trying to play Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess God decided to curse him with radiation poisoning because of that.
Yeah.
Is that what he died from?
I don't know if he died from it, but apparently, Genghis Khan was filmed near a nuclear testing site, and a bunch of people got cancer from it.
Wait, that's a real movie? I thought you were making a joke.
No, I'm not making that up.
Oh my god!
Wait, John Wayne or Genghis Khan got radiation poisoning?
What do you
nuclear
think?
bombs exist when Genghis Khan was around. Use your fucking head.
Well, they just didn't know what radiation.
Yeah, Genghis Khan died from a nuclear testing site. He just happened to be hanging around.
Yeah.
Well,
When he was making a film about himself.
Yes.
Truman had no choice. He forced him into a corner. So.
but yeah, this is a good play. It's Ishmael Reed's always fun to read, and I highly recommend it.
But the Hamilton, if you ever, it's terrible. It's terrible. I've listened to the whole thing, right? But I've listened to some of it, and you don't need to listen to the whole thing, or see the whole thing.
I'm planning on listening to none of it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I guess if the idea of the founding fathers rapping gets you excited, then go ahead and check it out.
Yeah.
4 stars. Doesn't that inspire faith in
that's
humanity
not
for
it.
you guys?
I don't think the book
that's
has
not
actually
it.
been published. I mean, it's a musical. They usually don't publish books of musicals.
Yeah, Hamilton, a play
I
in
see.
4 acts. That's entirely different, unrelated work.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually based on the book Alexander Hamilton by Ron, and I don't know what the last name is. It's spelled Cher.
No, just try it. We enjoy it.
Yeah, Ron Chernow or something like that, which is an 800-page history book. And actually, throughout the book, they keep making reference to the fact that it's that long, so it must be right. And there's the part where
What kind of horseshit is that? My book is long, so it's right. It's tongue in cheek, though, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's making jokes
okay.
because because Ron Chernow is kind of whitewashed Hamilton and kind of portrayed him as being an abolitionist, which wasn't true at all. So there's a part in the play where Lin-Manuel Miranda confronts him, and Ron Chernow just kind of brushes him off.
What? Really?
Yeah.
My God. This is so terrible.
And let's see. I also read "Desire for a Holy War" by Simon Morris, which is an amphetamine sulfate chapbook. It's basically just his personal diary of his time in L.A. when he was visiting to do a reading. Apparently, it wasn't really originally meant for publication, but after Simon Morris passed, they decided to put it together since it was the last thing he wrote. And it is very fun to read. It's very the prose is very hard boiled. It's very very sarcastic about its observations, and I think it's entertaining. But you can't really get it because it was a sort of like just a bonus chapbook they included with certain orders. I also read "The Tumours Made Me Interesting" by Matthew Revert.
Love it, masterpiece. Well,
Yeah,
not a masterpiece, but it's really good.
It is a really great book. It's really funny. It's about a guy who gets severe bowel cancer, and they find out it's a special kind of cancer that, like the title says, makes him interesting to people, makes him respected, and he starts discovering he can like talk to the tumors and such. And even though it has a very melancholy feel to it, but it's also very funny. I think one of the funnier parts is at the beginning of the book where he goes to see the doctor and he admits that he's had a lot of blood in his bowel movements, and the doctor's like, "Ew, why would you tell me that?" And then the doctor like just reaches up his ass and pulls out one of the tumors.
And all he wants to do is talk about his band or something.
Yeah, the
band.
doctor's constantly talking about how he plays in a rock band, and the instrument he plays is he throws stuff in a bag and smashes it against stuff.
And when I had Revere on my old show, Surreal Sermons, he actually said that I think that was based on a real experience he had where he thought he was getting sick, I believe, because of that exact reason. And there was a doctor. I think there was a doctor in his life that talked more about his garage band than his,
I think a lot of people would be very surprised to learn how much of the fiction books they read, how much of the stuff in there does come from real life.
Yeah.
Dear God, I hope that nothing from Bound by Rights into life. With the shit with the Hierophant or Hierophant or Hierophant.
Both. That don't matter.
And
I did start. I also started reading Irvine Welsh's Skag Boys today, which is his prequel to Train Spotting.
Oh, I didn't know that was a book. I guess I did. I guess I knew that was a book.
Yeah, he's. I've read the sequel to Train Spotting, Porno, and that's pretty interesting. And that's pretty entertaining. That I do like that one a lot. And Skag Boys is the sequel. I guess he's written it, or it's the prequel. And I guess he's written a couple other prequels or sequels to Train Spotting as well. He did one called The Blade Artist, which is like focuses on Begbie after he's reformed. And he did another one. He released another one where he's called Dead Men's Trousers, which is the sequel of all the characters in middle age, I guess. It's pretty. Skag Boys is pretty. It's pretty fun so far. I still think my favorite Welsh book is Filth. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I've not read anything by him. Have you read anything by him, Jeremy?
You got burned to death by the candles. He can't hear you.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but so is Filth a lot of it written in dialect?
Yeah, that's written. Yeah, it's written a lot in dialect from first person.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a whirl anyways, but I mean, I'm generally turned off by heavy dialect and writing. You know.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
one
Like
thing-
when they're talking like in first person?
Yeah, and he writes in Scottish dialect, so like out is spelled OOT and things like that.
Oh, that's kind of that might be kind of a learning curve too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually found that the thing to do to get used to it is to actually like read it aloud, so you can kind of get
Oh,
like
sure.
the cadence
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I still might give it a whirl. I'll just probably get it from the library, right, or something, you know, like because I might just have to put it down, you know. So I might love it, right? I mean, I thought I would. I mean, I avoided, you know, Clockwork Orange for years because I thought it would be annoying, right? Because of the
It was
made
it was
up
annoying
words.
for me.
See, I liked it. I mean, I ultimately liked it. So yeah. So I might.
Yeah,
I might. We'll have to. I'm gonna have to give it a whirl.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
why
like
did you have to?
Huh? What?
Why did
What?
you have? Why did you have to not read Clockwork Orange?
I guess I thought that the made up slang would be annoying, you know.
Hmm.
I thought that would annoy me, you know, because the pet peeve, you know, kind of thing, you know. But it ended up not annoying me really at all. I actually like that aspect of it, and I like that book a lot. Wound up liking it quite a bit.
But it's annoying when Chuck Palahniuk does it, right?
I don't know. Does Chuck Palahniuk make up Russian slang words in a future world? I don't know.
Well, I mean, he makes it up in
Oh,
me.
I mean, well, Pygmy does
I've
that.
not read Pygmy. I would not read that. That sounds terrible.
I mean, yeah, Pygmy is written in this weird like pigeon English. Like the first line is something like "Begin here, diary of infiltration to Pig American Empire," and like the whole book is written like that.
And see, Tolkien came up with an Elven language, an entire Elven alphabet. It's like, dude, you don't need this much verisimilitude. You're talking about talking trees and
Well, he was a language nerd. He probably just would have done that
Yeah.
anyway for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm not a fan generally of the invented slang either. You know, maybe one or two words here or there. You know,
Right.
Yeah, and obviously Irvine Welsh has not invented slang. It's just
Right.
you know,
It's dialect.
the way a Scottish person talks written out.
Right. But you've not read anything by him, Jeremy Irvine Welsh?
You haven't read Train Spotting?
no.
I think that's pretty good.
I saw the movie, so I wouldn't have to read it. But how much difference is there?
There's quite a bit of difference. I mean, the movie is heavily stylized, and the book is pretty down to earth and very straightforward.
That's interesting.
What makes that main character so special that he can get off drugs and never go back, but everybody else, you know,
What, Mark Runton? Well, he does relapse in porno, but he gets addicted to pills in porno. So he doesn't get off completely. He just he just kind of adjusts after he gets the money and escapes to Amsterdam.
and he takes it for business-related reasons at one point.
What?
Oh, hey, I
In
have
Train Spotting?
Yeah, I have read Ian Banks though. That Neil Bimbeau brought it. Neil, why don't you come on in, man? You're already
He
here.
says he's here.
Oh yeah,
Is he
Ian
not in
M.
the
Banks
room?
is good.
I've
Yeah,
only
I like
read
him.
I've only read The Concrete Garden. That's pretty good.
I
Oh,
read
wait,
the
that's
I read that one.
no wait, that's not is that Banks or McEwen? I think that's McEwen.
Yeah,
I
I like
read that.
Banks.
I read The Wasp Factory.
I like that.
I
I
have the
thought
Lost
that-
Factory on my shelf.
I mean, the plot twist at the end, I mean, it was okay, but I mean, it wasn't earth shattering like some people made it out to be. I almost didn't feel like it fit at first. Anybody know what I'm talking about with the twist?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Did you feel that was earned throughout the book? I mean, or did you feel like it was tacked on?
No, I felt that it was earned.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I like that book quite a bit, and I've read 2 or 3 other books by Banks. I tried to read his science fiction stuff I think he writes that under Ian Banks, right, without the M. And I couldn't get into that for some reason.
Which one?
Did you not send the link to Neil, Jeremy?
I guess I thought Regina was going to, but yeah, there it is. Sorry, Neil. I guess I'll wait. I'll hold off on talking about my books until after the interview.
Yep.
I had to eat something, or I was going to vomit. So that's why I'm sparing you guys from seeing that. So I've got my avatar right now.
we don't need to. But I was going to say something real mean, but I'm not gonna.
What?
Go ahead.
You don't need to see your fat ass get fatter. Is that it?
Something like that.
Well, make one of those ASMR videos. Put the mic real close to your,
Oh God,
to your
no!
mouth.
Yeah, let's listen. Let's listen.
Gross. No.
It'd be, yeah. Let's hear your lips smacking until it sounds like someone with jacking off with too much lube.
Can't hear my lips smacking, can you?
No.
Okay, go. Hey, Regina.
What's up, party people? How's it going?
All right. You remember Thomas from a few weeks ago? Were you here when we talked to
Yeah,
him?
of course. I definitely was. I loved his book, Bound by Rights. How are you,
So
Thomas?
you,
Thank
wait,
you
Good,
for
thank
coming.
you.
finished it? You finished it?
Oh, yeah.
I think she'd finished it before the program.
Is it not badass?
I think she did. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I read it. I finished it that day before the program, like I usually do. With
Yeah,
books we
and
watch
she
on
left
the
me a
show.
very nice review too.
Right on. Yeah. No, it was a great book. Very interesting universe that I'm trying to get back to, but the reading pile is so stacked up. You know how it is. Anyway, how are you, Thomas? How have you been?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent. How's everybody else doing tonight? Feeling good?
Oh, I'm feeling very good.
Feeling sassy?
I've got like 6 or 7 substances in my system, so I'm good.
Oh. Isn't that an enviable position?
Yeah, that is nice.
Test?
Neil,
Test? Is that working?
Neil,
Yeah.
hi.
Hello.
Neil's in the house. Neil Bimbeau is in the house.
It's nice to finally speak with you all.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
so
nice to meet you.
Thank you.
It's very nice to have you.
I have to commend you on
Uh-oh.
the really sexy dialogue in Bad Goddess, which I just finished.
Man, you picked a weird place to start with the bibliography.
Why is that?
Because that book is actually a sidequel for one of my other older books that I wrote in like 2017.
No.
I mean, you can read it on its own. It's fine. I mean, it's not like there's some super complicated plot that you're going to need to have difficulty following. But you know, it's not what I would have if you had asked me. You know, not what I would have given you as the first thing to experience.
What would you have suggested?
I probably would have pointed you, if you're interested in for long, full length books, either at you've got some highlights there. I would point you at either Corruption Lord or the Monster Girls and MILFs bundle. I put that bundle together shortly after Corruption Lord blew up as sort of a best of collection for like people who who were just coming to me through Corruption Lord or Apocalypse and Chill and didn't know that I have like 700 fucking short stories on Amazon. But yeah, that one's like 10 different series all jammed together. It's like 1,200 pages or something like that.
How do you guys have such a quick turnaround? Like, it's all these like Monster Girl books being released every other month. Seriously, do you guys have ghostwriting collaborators or something? Do you have an entire team that works on these? Or what?
I do not. I'm just one man. I would not, I'm not going to speculate about anybody. But you can look on Amazon and see that there are people who put out a book that is, 400 or 500 pages, once per week. And, if I were to attempt to do that, I would probably end up pulling my hair out and running naked through the street by week 2. So, you can extrapolate from that whatever you want. But, I have so many because I've I've been doing it for 8 years. Jesus, 8 fucking years.
I know. I saw that today. I was looking at your catalog before this show, and I was like, "Fucking Christ!" He has been writing these stories for such a long time. And I was looking. God, it's just like every idea is, it's on brand, but it's just a little different. And it's like I really admire that. That's just like incredible pace.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I get 8 years, and B, an amazing group of people that some of whom may be listening tonight. I don't know. They may be watching later, who write with me on Discord and do these 15-minute sprints where all of us write as many words as we possibly can in 15 minutes and then trash talk each other, and then 5 minutes later do it again. And, if you can nail 500 words in a sprint, that's 1,500 words an hour. And at a full-time pace, I mean, you're talking 7,000 words a day.
Yeah, I've done that before. I've had sprints with other authors. It's pretty fun.
It's a game changer, an absolute fucking game changer.
Cool.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I used to do that with Edward Lorne. He's been on the show.
That's very cool. I've seen that concept bandied about in the erotica authors subreddit, but I've never fully investigated what precisely it is. So that's a very interesting concept.
Oh yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I mean, and also it really helps you turn off your internal editor as well. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have no internal editor whatsoever.
I know. Me neither.
It's just pure unrefined id most of the time.
Right.
But you can do it yourself. You can set up a bot on Discord that will do it, where you type in a couple commands. But it's so much more fun to do it with other people and have that sort of collaborative aspect to it. Not in collaborative in that although sometimes we will post shit because I'm in it with people who write science fiction romance, like women being abducted by hot aliens, or one of my best friends writes extreme this dark mafia related romance series that just makes all of the shit that harem lit writers are writing look like fucking kindergarten shit. But yeah, man. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
No, that's
no
okay.
need to be nervous on this program.
Yeah, and you don't seem nervous to me for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Believe me, we we have no business judging anybody.
That's good.
Especially me. So.
Especially you, yeah.
Okay, so I gotta say, I really enjoyed Apocalypse and Chill. I just read it today.
Oh, geez, thank you.
I have been aware of your work, obviously, for a long time, and
Were you the 100th review?
No, I don't think I was, but I did see that it got to 100. So congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's your. So it looks like you've got 2 series overlapping right now, which is Corruption Lord and then Apocalypse and Chill.
Yes.
So that's that. How many words per day? I mean, you say you write 7,000 on average with these sprints. Is that just every day? Or?
My goal is 5,000 words a day, 6 days a week. That 7th day, that's not necessarily any sort of it's a sanity day thing, basically. Right. And I am supposed to not be working. Mrs. Bimbeau wants me not working and actually talking to her like a human being. Right. But normally I'm using that day to plot out what I'm going to write on the other 6 days. Oh, hey, there's Goddess Tamer.
Yeah, man.
Sheba Shake, absolute god tier deviant art Daz Girl artist. Just the fucking gold standard for that shit.
The cover artist, you mean?
Mm-hmm. The cover artist is a guy on Deviant Art who specializes in doing sexy fantasy women in this program called Daz 3D, which I have on this laptop, but I'm nowhere near as good at it as any of these people. And he actually contributes. I think that armor that she's wearing, he actually designed for, and you can buy it. You can buy these things on the Daz store. You can buy the outfits and the makeup and hair and shit.
Is that like a 3D model?
Yes. Yeah, it's CG.
That definitely is really really skillful, because you see a lot of those 3D covers that just tumble headfirst into the uncanny valley, and this one definitely doesn't.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's like I really think it's interesting. So, have you ever done your own covers in the past, or have you always had other people doing them?
I mean, I in general I do my own covers. I mean, that right there, that's Sheba's art, but I did the typography for it.
Okay.
Hang on a second, I'm thinking. The Apocalypse and Chill books up until now are all stock photos that I have manipulated. I think the first Apocalypse and Chill is a Daz girl from a guy named Digital Storm, and then it's a completely different background that I photoshopped her into and then did the typography for. The first 3 Corruption Lord books were done by an acquaintance of mine, and then books 4 and 5. Book 5, by the way, March 15th, pre-order, available for pre-order right now. Those were done completely by me after she stopped doing the covers. Yeah, there's Corruption Lord.
Well, that's very cool. Very interesting.
Now, see, I thought you were a straight-up erotica author, but it seems
I used to be.
You lean more towards lit RPG or game lit, whatever, harem fantasies. And there's so much overlap between those two, erotica and harem fantasy and lit RPG. They don't all have to blend into one book, though. They can be separate as well, right?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. And there are a few people like me and like Regina who have sort of come through the erotica to harem lit pipeline, and each of us sort of brings our own skill set along with us. I've noticed, like Anya Merchant wrote about 1 million serials, not a literal million, but a whole bunch of serials about sexy stepmoms. And now she writes the Sin and Soil books, which are about fantasy sexy stepmoms. What happened with me? I mean, I'm a huge nerd, obviously, but they still technically exist, but they're not as prominent anymore. There are these things called also bots, meaning you can look on your story, your erotica serial, or your book, or whatever the fuck it is you've written, and you scroll. It used to be right directly underneath of it. It would say people who bought this also bought XYZ. So when I was first starting in erotica way back in like 2014, whatever, my goal was to get into people who are doing better than me's also bots. So when people would look at their story, they'd see my story right underneath it, and then they'd click that and buy that too.
Right.
So I would look at what was selling well. I would look at what the covers looked like, what their blurbs looked like, what kind of the thing that Regina said a couple weeks ago, maybe it was last week. I've been listening to back episodes of the podcast while I write.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome. That she said about how so much of erotica is just writing in code, and how it's almost a form of mind control. You just have to hit like the right phrases. That's absolutely how like blurb writing should be approached. You just have to say like the right things in the blurb to get people to click on your cover. So, excuse me. I was working my way up erotica, and eventually I got to the point where, back when we had author rankings, I was pretty close to the top. Like you used to have like the top 100 authors. I'd be floating around like the 10s somewhere, the 20s, and my also bots stopped being other people who were more popular than me, and they started being these weird fucking books. And I looked at one, and it was like a picture of a dude riding a dinosaur, and there's like a half-naked cave woman on the back who like looks scared, but also like she just wants to like fuck this dude's brains out. And I'm like, what the shit is this? And I believe it was Tamer, King of Monsters. Tamer, King of Dinosaurs by Michael Scott Earl, the absolute fucking OG of all this. And I was like, what is this like? Is this selling? And I looked, and it was like fucking like 12th in the Amazon store or some shit. And I bought it, and I read it, and then I was like, okay, I do this now.
I love that cover.
Yeah.
That's a pretty badass cover.
I love that
That's
cover.
great. That is
shows
awesome.
everything it needs to.
That's perfect.
That's good for the fans of the over the shoulder carry if that's a fetish too.
I'm sure it is. Oh man, see, I didn't know about this book. That's very interesting. So
Tamer was part of the first wave of like big harem lit books.
I was wondering about that.
Most of us, I think, who are doing this now, or a lot of us, that was where it sort of was the jumping off point. It was like, oh, you can write a book like this, like you can write like a men's adventure novel, and it can crack like the top fucking 50 on the Amazon store. Like, there's a whole market out here that's not being, tapped into. And
apparently, Tamer's only for Audible now, though.
That's correct. My MSE has moved all of his stuff onto his own store, from what I understand.
That's
he
good.
does his own, and he does a Kickstarter for each of these books, specifically the Tamer book. And I believe he just finished a Kickstarter for Tamer 7, and I want to say it cracked $100,000. Like, it's a lot of fucking money.
Oh
Wow.
My God. Wow.
But over what? What did he move it over to?
He sells them on his own website now, I believe.
Yeah.
It's just.
That's
I'm sorry,
seems
what
like it
books?
was a big risk, but apparently he had enough of a following.
Ebook too, or just Audible?
What are you talking
I
about?
think I think just the ebooks. I don't know about the audiobooks. I'm just dipping my toe into that myself. I have this is the number one question I get from fans. Is when are you going to get an audiobook? When are you going to get audiobooks of all your books? And I have an audiobook of Corruption Lord in production. It's close. I will announce it on Facebook as soon as it is, available for purchase. And hopefully there should be one for Apocalypse and Chill as well, not too terribly far behind it. And then, I know jack shit about audiobooks, so I'm going to see how those do. And depending on how those do, I could put the rest of my catalog up on audio. I don't know.
Yeah. So how much, what's the, okay, so these books have like a fantasy element, right? There's actually like a plot that's going on, correct?
Yes.
And how much sex is in it? Like, how much is required, I guess, or expected?
It depends, honestly. One of the things that I don't particularly get on a personal level is that there is a lot of these books, the sort of the harem lit, the game lit, the lit RPG. A lot of them are what's called FTB, which is fade to black, which means they basically go right up to the point of about to be having a sex scene, and then they just sort of they fade to black. They cut to the next morning or whatever. And
Weird.
To me, I'm like, that's like you're skipping the fun part.
Very Puritan, yeah.
And I, to not to kiss butt of those in the podcast with me, but I thought my books had a lot of sex in them, and then I read Regina's book. And
Sorry.
God damn. I'm pretty sure you have like 9 sex scenes in like 268
do I?
pages. I think you do. There's a lot.
Wow. Well, I actually did get a couple of reviews that were like too much sex.
No such thing.
Damn, sorry. We'll keep that in mind. I was kind of surprised to get that reaction. What was that, Ben?
I was gonna say, there's a dark elf on the cover with her tits spilling out. I didn't expect there to be so much sex in this.
I know.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
you would think people would know that, but sometimes they don't.
So is it like every other chapter? Is that what's expected?
I don't know. I wouldn't say quite that much, but
Yeah.
I would say well, like Apocalypse and Chill probably had like 4 or 5 sex
I would
scenes
say
in
like
the
4 or
first
5
one.
sex scenes. That's probably
Yeah.
about standard.
And what, a
that-
250-page book or 200
Yeah,
pages?
that's
How
a
many?
little bit. Mine tend to lean a little bit harder on the sex than most people's books, which is the sort of the response I typically get in terms of, if I have any sort of like brand to speak of in the harem lit genre, it's probably for being a guy who came from erotica and as such there is more sex and said sex is kinkier.
Why would anybody think that harem, something called harem lit, wouldn't have a lot of sex in it?
Thank you.
I would think that would be a genre for Tumours.
Yeah.
I feel like it is. I mean,
It is, and I love them. Don't besmirch our readers. I love them
No.
so
Well,
much.
I'm not,
They're
but
the
I'm
best.
just saying, like, what is harem lit if it's not that, right? I mean,
Well, if they're Mormon, they could probably be.
that's. I wanted to ask you that, Neil. I wanted to ask you what percentage of harem readers do you think are Mormon?
Are Mormon?
Yeah.
Because they believe in polygamy or did. I don't know.
I have never even considered that question before. I assume they're all just anime fans.
They could be. I think a lot of them are.
Like
But-
my whole thing, I think there's a couple different factors that have sort of led into play of this.
I mean, Mormons believe in magic underwear. Whatever they're reading is way more degenerate than this.
I think a
Underwear
lot of it.
is magic. It's black magic, which is why I avoid it and don't wear it.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
No, I
think
don't
it's a-
bother with underwear, man. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Commando.
Nobody asked.
I
Yeah.
know, but we're talking.
As a Mormon, I am extremely offended.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not.
Fuck underwear. I'm telling you, one time, and you'll never go back. It's coming.
Shut up.
If Brandon Sanderson is listening to this podcast, I'm so sorry.
It's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, the
No,
Mormons
Jeremy's
are
normally
Hey,
like
they
my-
kick the ass when it comes to science fiction writing, fantasy writing.
My free balls have nothing to apologize for.
I think that the big thing, honestly, there's a couple different factors that have sort of converged into this. Just looking at like my fan base, like on Facebook or whatnot, it seems to be primarily men, obviously, and mostly dudes not too young and not too old. Like I would say anywhere between like 25 and like 45, maybe 50 seems to be like the sweet spot. And I think there's two congruent factors that are kind of going on there. One is that, and I didn't personally experience this as I was never hugely into it, to the surprise of many people, but all of us nerdy dudes at that age grew up watching anime, and every fucking anime had a harem grafted onto it. And it's sort of the same thing with these books. You can take the harem and you can apply it to anything. It's like a condiment. It's like salt. You can write a fantasy book that has a harem in it. You can write a book in space with fucking spaceships and Star Wars shit and add a harem. You can take the Walking Dead with a little bit of Mad Max Fury Road, like I did in Apocalypse and Chill, and add a fucking harem to it. So these dudes, they all grew up watching this with the same archetypes and everything, but the main character never had sex with any of the women in the harem.
Yes.
And they were so pissed off about that and frustrated by that. And this was also the era.
Who was pissed off and frustrated? The characters or the
fans?
The fans.
Oh, okay.
The audience.
And this was also the era of like Maxim magazine. Like this was the last generation that existed before you had easy instant access to any kind of internet pornography you could possibly get your hands on. This was like the last generation of like dial-up and like Maxim magazine.
Yeah,
So they still remember what it's like to like get something that is kind of porn, but also is you're a little bit too timid to get actual porn, and you have sort of that cover. And you also grew up watching all of these anime shows where there were harems, but nothing ever actually came of it. And it's sort of a perfect storm for this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
See, I'd never heard of this concept that they had harems in these anime shows, and there was never actually any. I never knew. I don't like anime.
My
so.
friend, some of the
There's
best sci-fi anime out there is harem anime. It is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, and
Tension.
they have the same types in every single. There's always the older woman with the big boobs. There's the tsundere, which is the person who will like make fun of the main character and talk shit about him constantly. But as soon as they're alone, like jumps his bones. And like the one who is dangerously young. I'm not into that. But yeah, and you can just you can read these books and see where those archetypes are just straight up copied and pasted into these books.
Right. Huh.
Like it's not it's not rocket science. It's just a formula.
Yeah, there's this weird thing with harem animes where the lead character is kind of ballless.
Yes.
Yeah.
I never understood.
Oh, and afraid of women too. I can't stand that.
Yeah.
Neither can the readers.
Yeah.
You know, like I was a fan of Tenchi Muyo. I was able to get over it there,
love
but
that
like
fucking show.
but other like harem animes like took it even further, where the lead character was even more of a feckless doofus, and you wonder why any of the girls like him.
Yeah. So harem, when you're the way you're using it, I'm dumb, so just bear with me. You're meaning,
too, man. It's cool.
You're meaning just all the women in the story, not like a literal group all in one place, but just spread out throughout. That's what you mean when you're saying harem fiction and harem. It's just a body of women within the story.
Well,
No, it's a literal harem, right?
Yeah, it's like it really is. They become romantically attached to
Yeah.
the protagonist.
Right. And
specifically.
okay.
But
And
it's
they
literal
are-
harem, though, right?
Yeah,
I
and-
thought a
absolutely.
harem. Well, when I think of harem, I think of slave girls. 20 of them in one room. They get fed and watered every day, and then that's
I
about
know,
the
that's kind of
extent.
what I think
Plant.
of too.
Wait, that's not what it is?
That's why I've been quiet and I've been trying to understand what y'all mean.
So
when you
I thought
use
that's what it was, literal harem, right?
Yeah.
It's not. Is
Well,
that
that's
what
what the literal harem is, and that's a different genre.
Yeah, no, that's slightly different. No, this is just like one, and I mean, I guess there are exceptions, but I think one of the ironclad rules of it, as far as the fan base goes, is that it's one man with multiple women.
Okay, I'm with you now. And that's all I needed. I get it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it's
I get
like a
It's more
James
akin to
Bond
polyamory,
type of
I
Not
suppose.
polyamory.
Sure.
It's not poly. They're not running off with other
they're-
men. Nothing will
it's-
get you burned into the ground faster or harder
Right.
than that.
Oh,
It's-
then having
it's-
the women have
Yeah,
other
then-
men? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Then it
totally
that is what I'm
becomes,
saying.
Then it becomes NTR, and you piss off a lot of people.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so
Well, that totally
it's-
makes sense if the reader is identifying with the main character. It would be
Yeah.
like having a spouse cheat on them.
Yeah.
So it's okay. So it's not literal harem. I thought it was. I thought like every.
That's what I was.
Yeah,
That's why I was
yeah.
confused too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really like an action guy running around, and all the ladies love him that he encounters, and he has sex with
It's
a bunch
like
of women.
Conan. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Conan shit.
It's like
Okay.
Conan, like Duke Nukem.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
except
it
all the
truly
women-
is like a men's adventure novel, but these have
Yeah.
a different
Except
milieu.
rather than meeting a different girl each adventure, the women stick around and all coalesce
Yeah,
together.
they get collected. It's like Pokemon.
Oh,
it's like
really?
Pokemon.
I didn't know that. As the story progresses, your harem gets larger and larger.
It's
It
true.
can.
Okay,
Uh,
all right,
and
that's
there is sort of a
interesting. So they don't
collection
care.
aspect.
They don't mind sharing, or they
No.
do. Okay.
Well,
Sometimes-
sometimes they do, and that provides juicy drama that fuels the harem.
Right. I see. Okay.
Yeah, like going back to Tenchi Muyo, that was a big part of the drama is the girls fighting over Tenchi.
Ryoko is best girl, 100%.
I'm not going to argue with you there.
Thank
Uh,
you.
I mean, Washu was always my favorite character, but
Oh,
Ryoko
I
was
love
the best.
Washu. She's so good. But
Yeah.
no, Ryoko is the best girl. Sorry. Now, I am so fucking interested in this genre because it is like, to me, it's like an emergent kind of phenomenon where, like, I guess it's really exciting to me because my writing style and my themes and the types of characters I like for narrators has never suited the romance genre. And I've just never been able to fucking crack it and understand it and really write a romance that's marketable to women. But it's like, oh my God, I am like, so like, yes, I am about this genre. These are the types of books I read. And it's like, the proto books, the Conan and Gene Wolfe and all these different, more interesting sci-fi and
The
fantasy
Edgar Rice
authors.
Burroughs.
Yeah. And it's so fucking exciting to see this, like, kind of just, like, taking a new form for a new generation. And that's, I think, my favorite thing about the genre. And I find it so liberating from that perspective. It's very fun.
So the women stick around and they I'm just trying to figure it out, right? I mean,
Well,
so
I mean, and it
they're
takes-
this like background.
It takes different forms. Like let me pick a book as example. In Corruption Lord, and I won't go too deep into it because I obviously don't want to spoil things for you.
Right.
But in Corruption Lord, the main character has, as of book 5, has 5 wives. Each of whom has a ring, each of whom is a major character, each of whom kind of has a character arc that may happen in one book or the next book, but is also surrounded by a bunch of women who want him for various reasons. Just like in real life, some of them are solely, chasing him for money and power, because if you have sex with the Corruption Lord, and he uses his powers on you, he can transform you into an extremely powerful demon girl, for example.
Okay.
So he's like an ancient king who has like a bunch of wives and concubines.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's actually some schmuck from Earth, but he pretends to be the bad guy. The whole thing with Corruption Lord is books when it came out back in August, books with bad guys as the protagonists were sort of getting big. There was Scholomance by Eric Vall, which is about a guy going to an academy that's run by the devil and binding women to him in dark rituals. And I was like, well, I want to write a book with a bad guy in it. And I was like, what is like the most like actual like shit-headed kind of character I could come up with? And I immediately settled on middle manager of a call center.
You are correct. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
I've worked in call centers, so
Me too.
so the main character is a call center middle manager who is on his way to Southeast Asia to train a group of people who are basically going to outsource the call center to Southeast Asia and fuck everybody over.
I already hate this guy.
Oh, he's absolute garbage. He gets better eventually, but mostly because of a sexy ghost. But his plane crashes, and right before he dies, he's whisked through this green portal, and he wakes up on a slab in this like windswept tower over like the craggy sea. And there are all these cultists around him, and the cultists are in the middle of a ritual to summon their dread god, this sort of Sauron-esque figure who was slain decades ago by the great hero, and his name is Darik, the Lord of Corruption. And they see this asshole on the slab, and they immediately say, well, this must be the guy. This is our Lord resurrected.
Awesome.
He gets isekai'd.
Yes, exactly. So the first book, he basically has to pretend that he's this bad guy until he actually becomes the bad guy. And he runs around a whole lot and is chased by sexy, elvish Amazons. And yeah, now it's a whole fucking series, and I've ripped off like multiple Final Fantasy games.
I love ripping off Final Fantasy from this fucking series I'm working on now. I'm so glad.
How do you rip off Final Fantasy?
Well, like
Final
for
Fantasy.
example, the third book, Corruption Lord 3, he gets more spoilers. I'm sorry, but he gets abducted and taken to this sky realm. And has a collar put on him that dampens his powers, and is made the slave of these 2 princesses, each of whom holds an orb that, when brought together, becomes this like incredibly powerful weapon. And they're in a war against a pirate queen, and they want to use him as sort of this like magical equivalent of a nuke to destroy her. And that's basically part of a huge chunk of Final Fantasy legend right there.
Now what was Final Fantasy Legend? That was one of those handheld games. Right?
That was the Game Boy one. Yeah.
Okay,
that was my favorite when I was a kid. I played that game so many fucking times. I played that game until I could beat it with a single character instead of like a 4-person party. That was my favorite. Yes. When I was a kid.
Okay.
Well, I had a fucking I'm a late elder millennial. Like I didn't have a PlayStation. I didn't have Final Fantasy 7. I had a fucking Game Boy.
I think Final Fantasy 6 was the best personally.
I had the
No,
brick.
Final Fantasy 7 was the best, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Have you played 6?
Final Fantasy Legend sounds fun.
Did you play?
No, I know everybody says Final Fantasy VI was great, but the plot of Final Fantasy VII and the alchemical symbolism of it is really fucking fascinating. Actually,
Oh,
just
no.
from,
It was a
like,
beautiful
any
game,
perspective.
but I think 6 beats it in terms of sheer like storyline quality. Go ahead, Neil. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm perfectly down to talk about Final Fantasy. I didn't play Final Fantasy VII until I was an adult, and it still like blew me the fuck away. Like I played it on the Switch.
Who
Like,
did you
that's-
have
really?
Cloud date at the Golden Saucer? Who did you have Cloud date?
Oh fuck! Do I really have to answer this question?
Yes.
It was Aerith.
Yeah. I couldn't make it any other way to knowing that she was going to end up dying like a year before the game came out.
Spoilers,
didn't-
motherfucker.
I didn't know that.
He doesn't
Everybody
care.
knows that
It is
now.
20 years.
I did not
Like-
know that going into that fucking scene. and
Regina,
I
I'm
was
sorry.
just devastated. My little
know what?
child heart shattered in my basement that day.
It
was
is
so
still
sad.
devastating.
Oh
it's,
my
it's not even
God.
the stabbing. It's the fact that it immediately, the part where it immediately dumps you into the next boss battle, and it's still playing Aerith's like
Yeah.
sad ass tinkly like piano theme. Like I'm a grown ass
Yeah.
man, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, this is
Yeah.
fucked up.
Why the fuck am I crying in the club?
How can it be a spoiler 20 years later, though, man? There's a time. There's like an expiration date on how long you can seal something with a spoiler warning. I mean, come on. Yes.
We'll just slap a spoiler warning on the YouTube description once the video is recorded and say, spoiler
I'm
warning
pretty
for
sure everybody
20-year-old
knows
video
Aaron
game.
dies, though. I mean,
I'm sure.
You got to slap the spoiler for Final Fantasy on there. You've got to slap the spoiler for my books that I talk about because I am
Yes.
expecting the hatchet mouth bump in my catalog after tonight. And I'll be
Okay.
looking
Well,
for it.
Yeah.
I hope you do. I mean,
I can
happen
verify there
sometime.
is a hatchet mouth bump to be forthcoming.
Definitely.
Are you
I
being
feel like
sarcastic
they definitely
or
is.
No, I'm being for real. I'm totally being for real.
really?
Yeah.
Wow, that
Yeah.
that makes me feel really proud to know that because I mean that's why I bring you guys on here.
Well, yeah, you should because it's a podcast where you guys are respectful and you've read the authors and the guests. You've read their work and you talk intelligently about it, and you're not out to get anybody or to make fun of any of your guests. It's a great show.
I greatly appreciate that, by the way.
Oh, well, we love all fiction. I love all fiction anyway, and I feel like everybody here feels the same. And
Oh yeah.
we love our guests, and I love creative fiction that, isn't necessarily accepted by the mainstream, but is still like just amazing and fun and really interesting.
So Neil, have you messed around with the Monster Girl corner of this stuff yet?
A little bit, not as much as some people, because it sort of comes in waves. Like Monster Girl was a really big thing, like mid 2020, I would say. Cultivation has also become a big thing, which is this
I
sort
mean,
of.
you can got to collect them all with the women. Is that like Pokemon?
No, cultivation is like it's based on, and I can't say the word because I will maul it beyond recognition. But it's the like Chinese web novel. It basically involves like, oh God, I'm gonna fuck this up. It involves like cultivating like inner strength, kind of. It's almost like a key type thing, and it's become really popular lately because a lot of the people who read these sorts of books, they go on places like Royal Road, where you can read books that people post for free, and a lot of the harem lit people have got their start there. And they also read these sort of Chinese web novels, which are, I'm not sure if they're harem based in general. I'm not 100% on that. I haven't read any myself. So, but I haven't really done the Monster Girl thing. There are some monster girls in like Corruption Lord. There's one of his wives is a cat girl, and one of them is a slime girl, who is probably my favorite character in the series to write, because she is the only person who has never like accepted his like magic, his body and mind altering like magic touch. She like just serves him because she just fucking wants to, and she likes being evil. So she is a lot of fun to write. Yeah, there's the cover that got me in so much trouble.
This one here.
Really?
Like that?
Yeah, because if you look, oh god, I shouldn't be talking about this.
No, it's okay.
no, you
Just
can-
talk
Got you in
to me
trouble
about it.
where?
What?
I
That he shows a midriff?
No. I
Nipple?
used the same. That woman on the cover is a stock photo. She's a Daz stock photo girl, and there is another book that was published, Herald of Shalia, which is honestly my favorite. Present company excluded, of course. My favorite harem lit series that is currently being published, and it has the same woman on the cover, although both have been edited. And
Herald?
the person,
The what?
Herald of Shalia.
Oh.
Yeah. Herald, no, like Hark the
Herald,
Herald
like
Angels Sing.
HERALD.
Yeah.
Herald of Sheila.
You're gonna
yes, you've got
what's
it. You're
the,
getting there.
Not
gonna
Harold,
mangle
the ugly kid in your class, but Harold.
What's the name of the author?
main
He's gonna
character of
fucking
Dottie
mangle
is
this.
named Harold.
Well, the
Pollard.
author's name is Tamara, which might be just as hard. But it's the same person,
We're never
just
gonna find this book.
photoshopped differently. It's okay. You don't have to.
I think he's messing with us, spelling
He's
though.
fucking with it.
Yeah.
110%.
He knows this drives me nuts.
My cover person
He
was
is
like, "Oh,
triggering
nobody's
all
going to
of us."
even notice. They look so different." And I immediately got reviews, of course, claiming that I stole the cover from.
You stole the
I
free
stole the
fuck?
cover.
You stole the free artist. I mean, the
Or
free photo.
Not free, but it's a stock photo.
Yeah.
It's
I use a lot of stock photos in my work because I am cheap.
What are you doing, Jeremy?
I'm trying to figure out.
Well, we
I-
told you.
It's SHALIA. So
Okay.
Silo.
and it's
I can't even look at
There
this.
you go.
Yeah.
HERALD.
It's hard to watch.
That's actually the parody novel that I'm going to be writing, Harold and Julia.
Yeah, there you go.
No, but I
That
mean,
is-
I mean nothing but love. I fucking love the Shalia books. They're fantastic. They are funny and sexy. And if you read any harem lit novel that isn't by someone that is on this podcast tonight, it should be those.
Interesting. Well, we will
Just in my
definitely
opinion.
have to check them out. But that's a very interesting situation that you found yourself in, Neil. Do you think that was just like something the algorithm detected and just like,
No,
turned
it's something
off
that
the works or
No, it's something that people connected. Or
oh really?
people-
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that Harold. Okay.
Yes, like Hark the Herald Angels Sing.
For fuck's
Okay.
sake, Jeremy, we
Da-da.
told you that.
I thought you meant like Harold, the 40-year-old like bank teller.
Oh,
Everybody wave to Bree. Hi, Bree. What up?
Now-
hi,
Bree
Bree.
is one of my my sprint friends. She's fucking awesome, and she also is. I don't know if she's comfortable with saying this. She's also behind Lion and Raven Designs, who is has done a couple of the covers for my books and does the ebook formatting and typography for a number of them, including the Corruption Lord books, the ebook formatting and everything. So. If anything, if you read them and anything is wrong with them, like paragraph wise, it's all her fucking fault. No, it's my fault. It's my fault because I didn't prove it. Yeah. What up?
Right on. Well, I'm glad that you got your account back up because it seems like were you able to recover your momentum pretty much just fine?
I think so. I've had to bust my ass even more so than usual. I was lucky in that I had an Apocalypse and Chill novel almost all the way done when it happened. So I was able to get that up a few days after I went back online. Excuse me one sec. And of course, then I had to hustle to get the next Corruption Lord out because I set it for a March 15th pre-order. And when I did that, I thought, oh my God, I have so much time to do this. I can write so many books between this and when I have to write the next Corruption Lord. And I looked around and I'm like, fuck, I got to get this thing done in 3 weeks.
I hate that feeling. Man, how long how long on average would you say it takes you to complete a novel?
I would say about 3 to 4 weeks is generally average. I think Corruption Lord 2, I think, is my all-time record. I want to say I wrote that book in 15 days.
Oh wow.
I was just high as a fucking kite after the first book did so well, and I was like,
Yeah.
the next book needs to be available now. Like, if I can get it done in a day, I would have it up.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because this happened to me once, and I squandered it, and I made a promise to myself that I would not do so again. I wrote a serial, I think we saw it earlier, Goddess Tamer, back during the first wave of harem lit stuff. And it was possible to sort of write these short things to be less on market, less on brand, and to do really well. And the Goddess Tamer was 7 parts. I want to say it was like 15,000 words apart. And like the first 2 cracked the top 1,000 on Amazon. It was completely fucking insane for me. And I finished the serial, but then I didn't really capitalize on it the way that I should have. And I ended up sort of backsliding and going back to writing erotica for like a whole nother year.
Yeah.
And I kept fucking with it. Like I wrote some other stuff, and I created a new pen name to try to divorce the harem lit from Neil completely. Oh boy, that one. That was an unfortunate thing. If you look at the Taming books, those are like 15,000 word serials. They are very, very Witcher-esque. And but if you look at the series title, it's Master of Monsters. I published that, and literally another harem lit author wrote a book whose series title was also Master of Monsters the exact same week. And they ended up right next to each other on like the new release charts. And I was so fucking embarrassed. And I ended up canning that series early.
I'm sorry.
To not be walking on that person's toes. But there's only so many ways you can say monsters and girls and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I created a second pen name for a while, Nick Broad, which no longer exists. Wrote 2 books on that, neither of which did particularly well. So then I was like, fuck it. I'm going to try just writing. I gave myself some cover, finished a whole serial really quickly, and was like, while that's going through, I'll work on this like Evil Lord book. It's interesting because Corruption Lord was originally going to be an erotica serial. I came up with it a couple of years ago, and I have the first installment somewhere on my hard drive. I may drop it at some point on Patreon. I have a Patreon, by the way. If you're listening to this podcast, please subscribe. Patreon.com/Neil Bimbeau, where the villain, the Necessity, was actually the main character, and I've completely lost my train of thought now.
Who is Necessity?
A Necessity is the lady on the cover. She's basically Elvish Wonder Woman. She is one of the leaders of... No, this is Corruption Lord we're talking about. She's one of the leaders of the Virago Shield Maidens, who are a legion of female warriors who are dedicated to making sure that the Corruption Lord never regains his power and threatens the 8 realms again. So she spends most of the book trying to kill the main character, and then comes to realize that the people that she works for are just as evil as the main character, just in a different way, and joins him.
Right on. That's always the solution, the lesser of 2 evils, right? No, it's a great concept. I'm really interested in that too. I've been seeing this villain niche kind of within the harem genre starting to develop, where we're getting someone who is at least ostensibly, or like kind of more of an anti-hero figure, I guess, for main characters. So that's been really kind of interesting and refreshing too. And it's also interesting because, again, you have the parallel that is so commonly seen in these female romance novels of like the very dark, Byronic kind of protagonist. You have sort of, I guess, like kind of a Solomon Kane protagonist, which, by the way, one of the things that I really liked about Apocalypse and Chill is I felt like the monster at the end was kind of like, it reminded me of the Elazabo or Elzebo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. From
that was on purpose.
Yeah, I figured it had that vibe very much so, and I really kind of enjoyed like the Gene Wolfe vibe that it kind of had a little bit throughout. So that was like really nice. I felt like it was really great writing and it's like, no, that's not to say that your erotica isn't usually very well written, but I guess I was like really just very surprised and really impressed by just the vibe of it and the world building, and it was a really fun, super fun adventure. And
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Test. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jeremy.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Jeremy, I saw you.
Say, Neil, I got a question. You're very prolific, obviously.
Very much.
Have you noticed that with your audience, is there a line that you cannot cross as far as, I don't know, and is there any area where you can't push it too far? You notice people kind of recoil.
In what do you mean, in erotica or in?
Sure, in erotica or in just
Well,
nasty, being nasty or being gross or being.
Hey, there's my monster girl
there
down
are-
there. She made it finally.
Hey. I mean, there are things that you can't write about, particularly in erotica. One of the things that's kind of ironic about erotica is that it is one of the more. There are more rails on it in terms of what you can and can't do. You can get away with things in harem-lit books, frankly, in romance novels that you can't get away with in erotica.
Right.
And no, I don't necessarily think so. I do get a little bit wilder over on Patreon. I'm actually writing a book over there right now that will get published when it's done in a sort of boulderized form on Amazon.
So, Ann, we're talking to an author of a hybrid style of both lit RPG and erotica. Is that an apt description, Neil?
That's absolutely fair.
And his name is Neil Bimbeau.
You know,
Yeah,
I
what do you
have
think
to
of
say
that?
something. I have to say something about that. It was 2014 or
That
2016.
name is so funny. I love it.
And at
You
the
get it,
time,
right?
one of the biggest erotica writers on Amazon was a guy named Raminar Dixon. So that's the level of discourse we were at with pen names in the erotica field.
feel it.
Okay,
What happened?
s-
Did Ann leave?
Totally feel it.
I'm stuck with it now. I
It's
can't get rid of it,
amazing. It's
and
fantastic.
I just live with it. Oh, there's my
It's
cover.
good.
There's the girls from Mind Over Marker. I was just working on that before I came over here.
Did you start off writing bimbo fiction, or did you just want to go for something goofy?
So let me tell I can tell my origin story. It's kind
Yeah.
of fun, I guess.
Yeah.
There are about, I'm going to guesstimate at least like 25 to 50 people with this exact same origin story who write erotica, romance, etc. About a decade ago, when I was a younger man, I used to hang out on a comedy internet forum. And this forum, this was in the days before Reddit had like the AMA. They had a sort of precursor to it called Ask Tell, where you could, for example, you could have a thread like "Ask me about being like a trauma nurse," and it would be full of crazy stories about, you know, the fucking emergency room and shit. And there was a thread on there. I came in one day and there was a thread that was like, "Ask me about making $40,000 a month writing erotica on Amazon." And it was written by this woman whose pen name is Delilah Fox. And at the time, she had written a very 50 Shades of Grey-esque series that was capitalizing off that boom called At the Billionaire's Beck and Call. And I want to say it was a 7-part series, and like each one of the parts was in like the top 1,000 on Amazon. Like it was crazy.
Wow.
So I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, people will pay me money to do this? Like seriously? So I created a couple different pen names and threw everything at the wall. I wrote every fucking thing I could think of. I think the first thing I ever wrote that sold more than like a single copy was this story about Futanari witches. It's about
That's awesome.
these witches that were in a coven, and they went out and got plastered at like the magical bar. And the next day, one of them woke up with a penis. and they couldn't remember because they got so fucking wasted. They couldn't remember how it happened, and they can't like dispel the penis with their own magic. So they have to go back and find like the warlock who like cast the spell. And in the meantime, of course, the witch with the penis is having sex with her coven, etc.
Well, yeah.
But the more I wrote, the more I discovered that, yeah, like the bimbo stuff, the stuff with like mind control or with MacGuffins that make the protagonist like irresistibly attractive. That stuff sold better than the rest of the stuff that I wrote. And it might be because I had more fun writing it. I grew up on MC stories on the ASSTR, all the places where you would go to get like text files in the old days of like hypnosis stories and shit. So I created this pen name partially because I wanted to make it a more specified pen name instead of just being all over the place. And partially, and I want to preface this by saying there is nothing wrong with this. If James Tiptree Jr. could do it, he can too. But I was not comfortable being a man with a female pen name. I personally wasn't. If I was going to interact with people on social media, if I was going to answer emails, etc., I did not want to be pretending to be, a gender that I am not. So I created Neil, and like June of like 2013, I wrote a story about a lollipop that turns a college student into a bimbo, and the rest is fucking history.
Beautiful. I love it. It's like a fairy tale, man.
It is not a fairy tale, not in any way, shape, or form.
There is something that I don't quite understand about the lit RPG or game lit aspect of it. Okay. They talk about the game world like their life depends on it in these synopsis for most of these kinds of stories. But if they're in a game or a simulation, then they're really not under any kind of real threat unless the game world is not a simulation, but they've actually tapped into another realm. How does that work?
That's fair. I think for the most part, like lit RPG is still huge. Like there are people who write lit RPGs and make tons of money, but for the most part, the harem lit genre doesn't really do stuff that takes place explicitly in video games terribly often anymore. Some of my very early stuff that I wrote, like Princess Tamer, does take place in a game, but the tension in that series is that it's sort of a dead MMO, and he revitalizes it with this special code, and then he ends up going to war against the developers. My friend Gideon Hayes, who writes, actually came up with an extremely elegant solution to this problem, where the game is not permadeath, but you only get one life in the game. So everything does have stakes, because if you die, you sort of lose all of the loot, the women that you've collected, not to put too fine a point on it, all of that goes away, and you have to go all the way back to square one, which I thought was a really good way of getting around that hurdle of, you're absolutely right, how do we give this any stakes when all of it is happening inside of essentially a simulation?
So it is a simulation most of the time when they write these stories. They're not actually experiencing a genuine adventure. It's a really immersive game most of the time. Is that right?
Not so much anymore. The
Okay,
more
good.
popular thing these days is to be transported into a fantasy world by some manner of plot device, either
Like
a
Oz or Wonderland, right?
yeah.
That's better. Okay, I can live with that. I don't know.
reality
Some authors
shifted.
handle it. Huh? What, Ann?
I said, or reality shifted.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have any? Do what?
I said that's a new fad with very young kids. If people who are truly digital natives, like younger than millennials, younger than Gen Z,
Yeah.
have spent their entire lives in front of screens.
Yeah.
They've recently discovered, as a group online, that they have imaginations. But when they use their imaginations and imagining some place, they think they're actually going into another universe, which is they've never used their imaginations.
Wow.
It's hilarious. I'm absolutely hilarious.
Like they legitimately believe what you know. People who legitimately believe that their RPGs are happening in another reality. Is that what you're saying?
No, they believe that there's this whole it's basically meditation. Like they lie in a starfish shape on their bed, and before they do it, they write those scripts exactly how they want their ideal universe to be. And they basically start meditating and imagining. Usually, their fantasies with their partners, and they
The fuck?
for this existence trance and start imagining that they're in heaven. Just sometimes they probably are falling asleep and dreaming. But they
You
don't
guys can
really-
hear her, right? I can't.
What's that?
Barely.
Vaguely.
Yeah, something's up with your microphone.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I just had a
No,
cheap
that's
pair of
okay.
headphones on.
So it's like meditation. They lay on their bed in
These are the people. They aren't they like universe jumping? They call it or some
Yep.
shit like that, where they
Yep.
post it on TikTok and they're like, "I went to Hogwarts last night."
Are
Yup.
these the people who think that like Sephiroth lives in their head?
Yes,
the Final
exactly.
Fantasy
Oh, God.
house.
Exactly.
The Final Fantasy house. That I thought that was a creepy.
Yes,
thought.
I've heard
Dude,
of that.
that's
Oh, it's
story's
not a
wild.
creepypasta.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's amazing because they're actually using their imaginations for the first time at age like 13 or 14, and it's so alien to them that they think they have actually like gone into another timeline.
I think this is just because the lowest common denominator now has a phone and TikTok, and they can post whatever the fuck they want whenever they want. It's like if I had that kind of technology when I was 13 or 14, I shudder to think the stupid shit I would have posted.
Oh God.
There but for the grace of God go I. So
Yeah, no
I'm
shit.
really, I'm just blessed that I was born when I was and not a day fucking later. And I am truly just appalled, though, to see the kinds of shit that parents let their kids post, which is a whole different issue. It makes me sound like I have a haircut that makes me want to speak to a manager. So I won't go there very much.
Oh, this Roblox shit, man, it's crazy.
What the
Anyway,
fuck is
sorry,
that?
I didn't
don't
mean
know.
to. I didn't mean to derail the conversation. It's just that's one of the rabbit holes I've gone down recently. The positive rabbit hole you shouldn't even get me started on because it has to do with teaching cats to talk.
Well, Anne, I wanted to say, because I know that you expressed interest to me in writing erotica, do you have any
Do it.
general questions for Neil? Because he is like a seasoned veteran of the genre and of now harem. So, what?
Lay it on me.
Well, my questions about erotica writing are the same questions I have about any kind of writing, which is, how do I somehow get magical elves to do all the marketing for me so that I can actually write instead of doing all this bullshit that business majors used to have to do?
I suppose with that, you'd want to be, I don't know, writing to the algorithm so it gets picked up and kind of promotes
Oh.
itself mostly.
Yeah.
Well, I have wonderful news for you, actually.
What's that?
If you are writing in erotica, you more or less cannot do any advertising or promotion, so you don't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, ta-da!
You can't run Facebook ads on erotica. It ain't going to happen. So you don't need any elves. You just can write,
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
you just kind of throw it up on Amazon or Smashwords and pray to God people buy it.
Yep.
Yeah, Amazon. I should have guessed that. Amazon is so curious. The second to last time I put out a new book, they wouldn't let me run ads because there was a guy who was hanging himself on the cover.
Get the fuck out of here.
Wait a minute. But I've seen other covers that have people hanging themselves.
Yeah,
It wasn't like a how-to guide or anything, was it?
No, it was actually really incidental.
Oh man, I knew Gregor was about to drop out. Man,
Aw.
and he's not going to get to talk to the publisher guy. Oh,
I'm
well.
looking forward to that, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can hang around. Yeah.
But I'd absolutely, I'd love to. If you're actually like wanting tips for erotica, I would just do what I did. Look at the top 100, stalk it obsessively, see who is doing better than you, see how they make their covers, how they make their blurbs, and try to publish at least like 3 shorts per week. That's pretty much how it was for me.
3 shorts per week. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do so much less work when I was in erotica. I mean, 3 5,000 word shorts a week. My God, I could do that standing on my head now.
That's interesting. 5,000 is very short. I was doing about 10,000 when I was doing rapid shorts, but I was only doing about 1 or maybe 2 a week. And interestingly, isn't it interesting how the Fuda witch archetype comes in and launches you into more like successful territory? I feel like Sabine really caught on and really that was a very interesting part of your little backstory that I noted.
I have been meaning to read those.
You should check them out because it's a very similar. It's not like it has been no bar yet. I don't think there probably will be, but there's definitely Fuda witches coven elements. That's very interesting. The resonance there. I wasn't aware of that series.
I look forward to it.
Friends. Yeah, man.
I don't know if the Fuda Witches story ended up in a Neil bundle at some point. I will have to check. But if it has, I will definitely send you a link to whichever bundle it went. I feel like I did a bundle where I basically repackaged stuff that I wrote pre-Neil and just sort of packaged it all together and published it as like a Neil bundle, even though it had like no actual like Bimbeau or hypnosis stuff in it. So if I dig that up, I will send it to you after I read it first to make sure it's not too cringy.
That's okay. No, I understand. I just wanted to remark it as a point of interest. That was really kind of neat because we all know that I'm a witch or an occultist anyway. And so it's to me, that's a very interesting kind of synchronicity to see that kind of rise up, during this kind of expression period in erotica. So it's just kind of interesting how these concepts get generated in kind of this almost zeitgeist way across the market where you just like see all these different sectors ripple with all these different tropes. I'm really interested in this Chinese energy manipulation genre, the cultivation fiction, I guess. That's an interesting term for the concept. I really wasn't aware that was what it was about until I was doing a little bit of research this morning. It's very different, but more of the same, That's, I think, the most interesting part about it.
That's the goal. You want, I think the thing that really separates what we do from like commercial fiction, or not even commercial fiction, but like literary genre fiction. Like I read a book recently called The Raven Tower by Anne Leckie. Good book. It's nice after reading fantasy books that are based on the same 3 fucking myths over and over again. It was nice to read one that was just like, this is Hamlet, but with gods all over the place, moving things behind the scenes. But it was obvious that this is not a book that was written. This is a book that was written out of someone's like, I don't even mean to say this in better. Somebody's like passion, somebody's like drive to like play with language, and not to like please an audience or to entertain you, And I think what we do is we write things like directly for the fans, and the social media allows us to like directly get tons of feedback on it and what they want to read, which is fun. So you want to give them the same thing over and over again, but with enough difference that it feels new, even when it's not.
Totally, absolutely, yeah, man. I really think it's so important to research the different ways that these tropes are utilized in all these different stories, and then to like try to make something new with it. You know, that's how the fiction gets pushed forward. And again, I think that's ultimately why I'm just so excited about the freshness that I perceive in the harem genre, because to me, you know, the cross pollination of like the Japanese and Chinese fiction with Western fiction is like just so interesting for the future. I mean, we're really in a period of time where you know, all art is like really just globally influential on other art, you know, without any kind of effort. And it's so great, you know? It's fascinating to see what's coming out of it. So
It could,
beautiful.
you know, it could go one of two ways. Everything could become horribly homogenized, or it could be like the Orientalizing period in Greek pottery and visual arts, where you know you get two different traditions come together, and you get like this explosion that's just a quantum leap in human art. Or it could just turn into a big slush where, yeah, we all spend all our time writing shit to an algorithm.
Well, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Where it's like ultimately the algorithm kind of gives you a sense for what people want, and then you can maybe kind of drive their tastes elsewhere a little bit. You know, if you want, like you can filter kind of people in a way, I guess, with your fiction. It's self-filtering. If people don't like your work, fuck them. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
Well, there
Absolutely.
are
Oh, by the
what,
way,
8 billion
hey!
potential readers.
I was looking at when I was going to Apocalypse and Chill. I noticed that you got visited by the same fucking bad fairy of harem fiction that you and me and another guy who DM'd me on Twitter got messaged by.
Vargas?
Some fucking dickhead. Vargas. Who is this dick? Does he even like this genre? Why does he read everything in it and then give it all 3
no
stars?
negative about anyone. I love Vargas. He's perfectly fine. I actually love his review of Apocalypse and Chill, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, because it made me laugh. And
That's
reviews
good.
rarely do that. I think, is that the one where he says that I have a huge continuity error
Yeah, man.
because
That
he
was-
guessed the twist?
Yeah, that
A
was
third of the way through. Yeah, that was great. That was I cackled at that. That is like, you know, I've noticed, you know, that's like getting a third of the way through The Sixth Sense and being like, you know, I've noticed that no one ever talks to or interacts with Bruce Willis directly, and I think this is a huge problem with the film, and I'm going to stop watching it from here.
God, spoiler alert.
Oh yeah, we've spoiled Final Fantasy. Now we've spoiled.
Hey, Jasper. Welcome back.
What up, Simon? And hello,
Hi,
Jasper.
Jasper.
Hi.
So, yeah, I spoke
Hey.
with Jasper recently to say, hey, man, Stuck on Me isn't finished. What is everybody else's opinion on that? I don't know.
I have that on my Kindle. I haven't read it yet.
Regina, I think that it could be expanded.
So this is the one with the man, and I'm so sorry to interrupt Neil.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
but this is just the one that was about a man and a woman having coitus and they got fused by lightning, right? Was that the one
yes.
that I'm
Yes.
thinking of? Okay.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was a great one, and definitely if you wanted to expand it, I wouldn't say no. I think it would make like a great scene and an even longer and more horrific and more like crazy wild novel. But I thought that as a piece, it was, you know, perfectly sound, and I quite enjoyed it. Very well
I felt
done.
like it was
Thank you very much.
I felt like it was a ending on a huge cliffhanger, and that he didn't suffer enough in his what do you call it, cauterization to her, his fusion with her. I mean, it's like he just had to drag her to the car, and then, you know, what happens, and there's a third character who shows up in text communications but never in the flesh, and I feel like that character has to have the agency to come and involve himself because of his interests in relation to that female character. I feel like there's a huge potential there to expand it, man. And But yeah, I invited Jasper, to come on for when Drew Stepek of Godless.com comes on here in a little while. He's supposed to be coming on at 9:30, and I thought, since Jasper's pretty, knee deep in publishing himself, maybe he could have a nice what's the word,
Conflab, conversation, debate,
a con what?
conflab.
Confabulation, yes, that's it exactly. Well, how have you been?
Discussions. These are words with a D this time.
Now, who is this?
Oh,
Drew.
Hi, Drew.
Hey,
Dude.
Drew.
Hey, welcome.
You have written one of the most awesome vampire series that I have ever read, aside from Church Mouse.
That's pretty awesome. Thanks, man. Hey, can you hear me? I don't want to do a hot mic, but
Oh, you sound totally fine. Yeah.
we
Hey,
Okay.
man.
hey, Regina.
How is it going, Drew? Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Oh, absolutely.
We're also joined by Jasper Bark of Crystal Lake Publishing, and I figured it'd be a great meeting of the minds.
Hey, Jasper. I just posted about
Hey,
30 of your books on Godless 3 days ago.
Hey, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, I'm working with Joe over at Crystal Lake, and I'm putting up all his titles. He's a really awesome dude.
He
Thanks,
is a totally excellent individual.
Yeah.
You don't get many people of his caliber. And when I say caliber, I don't mean his skills and his talents, which are very much in evidence. I'm talking about character in terms of his personality, the sort of person he is, his moral fiber. You don't get many people as excellent as him in the world of publishing, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's good. It's kind of one of those weird things. I've met a lot of these guys who are publishers, and all of them seem really rad. Like my publisher is Bloodbound, so Mark and Joe are just like the
great.
nicest dudes in the world. And Joe's been great from Crystal Lake, and Jared Barbie's been really cool. I brought a lot of people in to Godless as essentially like partner publishers, and I just put all their work up. And if stuff's in KDP Direct or anything like that, or KDP Select, I'll just link out to Amazon and hope that they'll throw me some titles. But I mean, everyone's really excited about it, and everyone's being really cool because it's an opportunity to do something different, right? People feel that they're being censored a lot. And so, well, it's awesome to meet you, Jasper.
And you too. And it was just only a few days ago I was exchanging messages with Joe all about this and what you're doing and how excited he is to be involved with it.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna launch next Sunday at midnight, which is technically Monday, but it's gonna be fuck. I got so much shit to do. I'm posting the right now. I'm posting all the titles from like the non-partner publishers, and someone like Necro and Eraserhead and these guys, they've got like a zillion fucking titles. So
man, but they've got a zillion excellent titles. I mean, the difference there must be just making certain you don't leave out something seriously awesome.
Yeah, but it's going to be a lot of work. But you know what? I set myself up for this, so I gotta follow through.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's going to be a lot of work, but the rewards are going to be huge. The personal
and were you going to say something, Regina?
And the sense of the people such as yourselves who are seriously giving something back to the community that nurtures them.
Yeah, I think that's a whole point, and that's why I get kind of confused. I mean, I get it when people like really kind of second guess what I'm doing and think that I'm out to steal their IP or rip them off or any shit like that. What I'm trying to do here is create a platform specifically for indie horror authors. And it's a platform that's going to work as an MCN, which is a multi-channel network, where I'm going to try and turn the horror voices of today into social influencers. So I think it's important that people kind of get about that and figure out what I'm trying to do here. And it's all about amplification. And we've got a really strong platform. We've got an amazingly strong community where if everyone pulls together, it's going to benefit everyone. I don't want to steal anyone's fucking work, dude.
It's not about stealing each other's work. We're not in competition. We're all readers and we're all writers.
Yep.
We're all potential supporters of each other.
Exactly.
And the key word you were saying was amplification. One voice amplifies another, and then another, and extends that kind of feed like a ripple out throughout the whole community. We've all got people in touch, and the more good people that we recommend, the more trust we build up between each other, and the more excitement. There is nothing better than putting down a novel and going, man, I've got to talk about this with someone. I've got to share this with someone. Or the excitement you get when you recommend something to somebody because you know this will be so up their street. And they get back to you and say, "Hey, thank you so much. That was awesome."
Yeah, it's all about, well, we got such a tight-knit community that if we actually bring ourselves together and help each other out. Like I'm trying to help these young guys, like Daniel Volpe. I can't pronounce his name.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Daniel J.
Yeah, Daniel J. And Simon McCarty, who I fucking love this guy.
He's so great.
He's giving me like all these exclusives because he can't put his work anywhere, you know? So he's looking to me to help us get his work out there. So I just think that's a big deal. It's a big deal to him, and it's a bigger deal to me that he's kind of trusting me with his work, you know? And I really admire him. And, you know, being an indie horror author myself, it's like, I know how hard it is. Jasper, I know you know how hard it is. We don't have anything like this. We've got the community pulls together, but we don't have any way to like distribute and talk and, you know, tell our friends about our community and shit like that. You know?
So Drew, do you have a submission like call yet, or how are you going to handle bringing in new recruits? Because in this room right now, I can already recommend 3 or 4 that might be perfect for your operation if they're allowed to let their imaginations just run wild under your umbrella of publishing. You know?
Yeah, I'm not really doing publishing. I'm doing certain publishing thing under the Godless Press moniker. Essentially, what I'm doing is publishing books like this series I'm going to have called Mix 66, and what it is you take a single author every month, take 6 pieces of work, throw it in a book, and deliver it and sell it for 50 cents.
Like a demo tape.
It's a mixtape.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy.
And I think that a couple other things that I'm going to do with Godless Press, I'm doing this thing it's going to call Bloody Splits, which are going to be like if Jasper and I'll take a look at like a chapter of one of Jasper's stories, and he'll look at one of mine, and we'll rewrite each of those chapters from our points of view. It's like a punk rock split cassette, right? You know, where like Noah Flax played like all Rancid's music, and Rancid played all Noah Flax's music. So that's another thing that I'm going to do.
What an excellent idea!
Oh man,
Yeah.
I did that.
So obviously,
Always too far.
And your headphones.
Oh, sorry.
it's all right then. So
I had a
obviously,
very never mind.
Anne and her endless adventures. So obviously there was a need for this because so many authors are experiencing censorship of a very unreasonable, untenable quality, you know, for really strange infractions. And Simon McCarty, I believe he's suffered from Amazon's like umbrella parenting more than anybody. So it's good that you've provided him a platform. But so you say you're not running a submission call. Like,
No.
How will you determine who you will work with? How do you determine?
And anyone who sends an email and asks for more information and wants to be involved in the site to creators@godless.com, they're in. I'll distribute anything. I'm not going to distribute anything racist. I come from a mixed family, so.
Well, now wait a minute though. Moonface, isn't that a pejorative of racial? And I don't know. Is it?
That's not what it's about.
It's not what it's about.
Okay.
But
It's a joke, basically. It's more of a joke, right?
The title. I've read the book and it doesn't refer to anything. It's about a smallpox victim.
Okay.
yeah,
So that's just the nickname.
So it's like
So the guy
Leatherface.
literally has a moon-shaped face, right? Or is that?
Well, it's
like-
because of the craters in his face.
Pockmark.
Like crater face.
Okay.
is what-
Okay. Got you. Okay.
but to answer your question, any of you guys on here, Regina especially, send me your stuff, dude, and I'll put it up. I'll try and get it up before launch. I think that people don't really understand like the purpose of the platform right out of the gate. So it's better to, as in writing, to show not tell. Go to the site, use a password, check it out, and see what's going on, right? And see like how I'm kind of like developing this to build up something big that's specific and laser focused on the indie horror community. And beyond the fact that people are getting censored a lot, they're getting freaking raped from their royalties, and I just don't think that's cool either. Granted, I'm going to take 10% because I'm doing a lot of fucking work, right? But it's like, that's nothing compared to what Amazon's doing.
I was going to say 70-80% Amazon's taking. That's a tiny amount.
And
that's 10% of what Amazon leaves us at the end of it all.
Yeah. I'm going to build featured author videos. I'm going to do horror authors react to horror movies. I'm gonna do all this shit on YouTube. I actually wanted to talk to you guys and see if you guys would do a condensed version of this show every Sunday, like a half-hour version, and I'll put a shelf on Godless, and you guys can be like an official kind of like podcast sponsor. I don't know if you'd want to do it. But
That'd
I
be
mean,
awesome.
Yeah, get with me after the show. I'd love to. Yeah, tell me exactly what you want, and so you want to condense down what the best of each week, or the parts where we talk about an up and coming author, or what? Or
no, just do like a half hour, maybe like a pre-game show.
Okay.
Okay. Where you guys just talk about indie literature, horror.
Fantastic.
That's all I want.
Who counts?
I'm trying to give it all these opportunities together for people to really break out. Like I made my featured author video, and you can look at this because I made a joke at the beginning of it. And I'm kind of like, I'm the first featured author on Godless because I own fucking Godless, right? But I mean that's kind of the point. If I believe in the platform and I'm putting up all my shit on there exclusively, and I've got buy-in from my publisher, it's like you have to understand that if I'm going to use it, then it's okay for you to use it. And I'm going to bust my ass to make sure that I get you as much promotion and visibility as you can possibly get. I'm bending over backwards, quote unquote, for Simon and Daniel because I just think they're fucking awesome. They were early adopters. They're super cool, and it's like, so do you need me to take a pass at your cover art? Do you need me to relay out your ebook? And I'm doing that for them, and I'm not going to do that for everybody, obviously, but I want people to know that I'm sincerely here to make this something that is going to really boost the community and really kind of take it to another level. I hope. It's risky no matter what, but I believe in it, and I'm putting all my shit on there.
So Ben, Ann, Regina, Neil, and Thomas, I think all of you guys could benefit from this because you're not censorship happy like Amazon, correct, Drew?
Yeah, I mean, all you guys, seriously, when you get done tonight with this, send an email to a creators at godless.com and tell me what you're interested in. I'll send you over an agreement tomorrow morning as soon as I can get it done, right? I want to support you. Regina, I love your shit, dude.
Thank
love
you.
having a platform.
Oh, that's very, very kind. Thank you. I've got a couple of stories that I would be interested in writing and putting on your platform at some point in the future, but I am just like, so we'll see. I'm going to have some time coming up here soon, maybe, so we'll see what I can do. We'll talk.
Perfect.
My people will call you
definitely.
your people, and by that I mean the voices in my head will write out a letter and send it to you. So thank you.
Sorry,
I'll definitely get a hold of you as soon as I can.
Ben, have you experienced any censorship yet with your stuff?
Not yet. I haven't really put enough out to experience that, but I can see it happening.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep rubbing my nose. I got sick this week.
Right.
Yesterday, COVID test, and thankfully negative. But I mean, if you guys didn't know, LA is a fucking nightmare right now. It's like super dangerous. Not only because of COVID, it's because people are desperate and I've got the Citizen app on my phone, and it's blowing up constantly. People get stabbed and chased with machetes and shit like that. So it's fucking crazy.
I left
Yikes.
And Ann's over in.
Your microphone again, Ann.
Well, I was just going to say, Ann, you're over there in Palm Springs. It's probably not much better there. He's talking about LA being really dangerous right now. You have
I could hear him. It was just that my microphone interfering with the speaker. I plugged the.
She's roboting.
Fuck.
Hey, Thomas, thanks for coming.
Hey, good night, Thomas. Thank you for
And
coming.
you're welcome back anytime. And I definitely think, Thomas, that you should get in touch with Drew because
I will
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, for sure.
your covers alone are such high art to me. I mean, that's what drew me into reading Bound by Rights. And so I think you could benefit out of anyone here the most working with this.
I think so too. I'm very interested. I'll be in touch.
Thanks for coming back. And if you anytime you want to come back, I'll throw out a link. So
Sweet, appreciate it. Thanks, y'all. Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
So Drew, do you still do work with that with the charity? What is it, Children of the Night?
Yeah. I kind of wanted to bake this into it. When I launched Godless last year, it was a clothing company, and it was out to support Children of the Night and kind of like fighting child prostitution and teen prostitution and the exploitation of human trafficking and all these things, because all my books are tied to that. So there's an element of abuse in all my books. So I've always kind of supported Children of the Night. So I started this clothing company last year, and I launched it 2 weeks before fucking lockdown happened. And then I felt really bad about fucking pimping clothes that are perceived as satanic on people during a time when they're looking for anything to believe in, right? So, it got to around October, and I started writing again. I walk a half marathon every morning, so I was writing while I was walking because I'm going to burn over 3 hours every morning walking. Why not write, right? That was the thought. So I wrote a bunch of shit, and I managed to give myself a sciatica from being bent over. So I totally fucked up my leg. And then I sent over all this work to my publisher, Mark Chiccarone at Babylon Books. And I said, would you be interested in doing something like this? I sent those new stories over to you. It's called Fucking Scumbags Burn in Hell.
Yeah, I read the first one. They're like self-contained, like Twilight Zone type things, right? Is that?
Yeah.
I got to read the first one. Yeah.
So I wanted to do a novelette series based on this kind of theme of all these topical things happening to people and then going to hell. And so I talked to Mark about it. He said that I would be interested in doing it. And I said, can we sell it for 25 cents a piece? And he said, you can't do that on Amazon. So me giving myself a sciatica gave me the idea to turn Godless from a clothing company into a indie horror distribution platform where I can sell for whatever I want. I can not censor myself or worry about being censored. And I can just write fucking really hardcore shit and sell it however and forever, whatever I want it to be. So that's kind of where it came from. I actually started out when I was my walking. I wrote a 500-page diet book called The Satanic Diet. And essentially what that is the conceit is it's a really hard diet. Like I said, I walk like 20 miles a day, and I don't eat any bread. I don't eat rice. I don't really drink that much anymore, even though I'm an alcoholic. And, I wrote this weird book, and the conceit is that if you sell your soul to the devil, you'll succeed in this diet. Because all other diets are like, there's no consequences. On January 1st, you can say, I'm going to do a diet. And then 3 days later, you're fucking done with it. If you know you're going to hell, dude, you're going to want to live longer, right? So you're going to want to lose weight. So that's
and leave a good-looking corpse.
So that was that. And then I started getting into the Fucking Scumbags Burn in Hell. And because Jason Hill had read that first one that you read, A Little Bit Country, a couple months ago on Chilling Tales. And I'm like, I got all these stories in my head, man. I could really rope them into this. So I did that. And that's kind of the birth of Godless 2.0, which we're talking about.
You mentioned that one of your central themes is abuse and trying to counter abuse in children. Is there a personal investment in that topic?
Yeah.
Personal connection.
My first book, which came out on 666, was Godless. That's how I own godless.com. I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm drunk, but I'm just getting this weird reverb from my mic.
Yeah, no, you sound fine from what I'm saying.
So my first book was a semi-autobiographical book. It was about me. I spent a year in the hospital for an eating disorder. I was bulimic in college, and I dealt with that. And I also have been a drug abuser, and I'm a fucking alky. So I kind of took that further because it was all about sexual abuse, that book, even though it wasn't a horror book. And then when I kind of moved into Knuckle Supper, which is probably what I'm best known for, which are these vampires who are heroin addicts who use humans as paraphernalia for their warm blood. Mm-hmm. I kind of took that further, and I introduced like a teenage prostitute character into it. And someone turned me on to Children of the Night. So I got this ongoing theme of abuse, whether it's drug abuse, sexual abuse, verbal abuse. It's something that I've always kind of built my stories around. I think it's important. I think that it makes my work kind of topical and more interesting than just writing a book about a bunch of heroin addicts, right? So
yeah, I agree. I think that's also one of the really key things that horror does. Horror is actually about all of us exploring, admitting to, and really getting to grips with the darker side of our natures. the parts of us that we're maybe not massively proud of, the things to which, if we don't accept them, if we don't look them straight in the eye, are going to take over us, dominate us, and basically destroy our lives. And fiction is a place we play with this. It's where we explore it. It allows us to dance with this darker side of our nature. So the more that we, as authors, as creators working in this field, admit that we have these dark sides and actually explore those dark sides and bare ourselves a little bit, the more we allow other people to explore that part of themselves. And that's generally why the majority of people I know in the horror community are really quite, contrary to popular belief, I think a lot of people think we're somewhat deranged and slightly depressed individuals. Most people I know in horror are actually really quite sanguine, very happy, very friendly, open and giving individuals. And I think it's because we've got a place to put our demons, a place to explore and play with them.
I think you're hitting it like right in the nose. That's exactly what it is, right? And people criticize horror a lot and horror authors because they say, "Oh, this is horrible shit." It's like, look at the fucking world, man. It's horrible shit.
I was before I was a writer, I was a guitarist in a death metal band for several years, and there is a similar sort of feeling around people who play extreme music, that they must be, deranged or fucked up in some way, but they're some of the most chill individuals you will ever meet.
Yeah,
That's so true.
it's not as much a misunderstanding is it's not looking deep enough into it. If someone reads one of my books and their takeaway is that this is about frickin' junkies and shit like that, that's not what it's about at all. It's and I'm sure Neil and Jasper, I'm sure both you guys have the same experiences. You want to put depth into your work, and you really want to drag people into it. And if you have to fucking smack someone in the face to get your message across, what's a better medium to get that done than writing?
What's a better place to put all that violent emotion?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be bubbling up inside us. Otherwise, it's going to be toxic. And extreme music is another perfect example. It generally leaves me feeling, as you say, totally chill and really, really happy. I mean, I know a lot of kind of people wander into my study and it's blaring out speakers, and most of them can't even determine a tune in it. But for me, it's like it's lifting something off my soul, like a weight. It leaves me kind of feeling like happy and quite joyous and ecstatic.
Yeah.
Same with really good horror.
Yeah, I feel the same way about both. It's like it boosts me inside, right?
Yeah.
It's like I've been like the biggest Skinny Puppy fan forever. I know that's not extreme metal or anything like that, but
I don't know. They're pretty extreme, but they're words.
I mean, they're my favorite band of all time, and I also like a lot of punk rock. I also like a lot of metal, but it's like it gives me this certain feeling. It's like it's boosting my endorphins and making me feel good, And that's the same way. That's the same way I feel when I read a great fucking horror story. It's like, damn, you're like, how did they beat me to the punch on this? Right? This is so fucking good.
Cathartic. All of this stuff is cathartic.
Yeah,
you get to deal with heavy things like death and suffering and torture and punishment and vices and just all kinds of people's all kinds of personal dark sides and secrets and all of that stuff is very cathartic, and it's better to experience it vicariously than out here in the real world, like what you guys were talking about a minute ago. And it's like a who's who on there. I'm looking through here, and I see John Wayne Communal. Let's see, Christopher Triana.
That's my boy. That's the coolest guy in horror, man.
All the splatter westerns and Kevin Sweeney, who I thought he had just stopped. But he's got a lot of shit. And John Bruni has got one on here that I didn't even know existed. What is this? Is this just you like hyping them up? Is that what it is? Because some of them link back to Amazon. Is that what that is?
Yeah, well, there's kind of two different ways publishers can go about this. Well, obviously, I really want to focus on the self-pub end and the really indie authors who've got no outlet, the Simons of the world and the Daniels of the world, because I want to help them. But I need to build a library. So that's why I would reach out to people like Joe and, Jared Barbie and these other publishers and say, look, I'll put all your titles up on this site, and I'll link out to Amazon, and you can see how it goes. And if you want to give me titles for direct digital delivery, fine. So I'm building a lot around like these publishers, just titles, and just to get them up there to kind of like stabilize the community and make it robust, right? Mm-hmm. And then eventually, the hope is that more and more people will give me titles that will be direct delivery and exclusive titles, which I've got a bunch at launch. Mm-hmm. And Joe from Crystal Lake gave me a handful of titles to kind of test the water out. So same thing with Bloodbound. Bloodbound Books is giving me, obviously my titles, but a bunch of their other titles that they are pulling from KDP Select, because I think that a lot of people are figuring it out that KDP Select sounds really great on paper, but the royalties just aren't really fucking there, and it's essentially you're selling your soul to Amazon. So I mean, it's like, why not try something new? 90% is a good reason to try something new. All we got to do is come together as a community and kind of like help each other, right? That's how we beat the beast.
Yeah, well, that's you mentioned punk rock. That's the beautiful legacy of punk rock for us as creators. Yep. We are being shafted by Amazon, whichever way we turn. We can't get around that, and that's not going to ease off. That's only going to continue. They're a behemoth. They're part of the FANG, the FAANG, that are driving the entire world economy. They're just going to keep crushing us. Yeah. Our only resistance is to go local, to go small, to work with the people who are actually already buying our books, and to build an alternative.
Yeah,
do it ourselves.
Yeah,
and look after each other, as you said.
I think that's the most important thing to think about here.
And look after the people who read our books as well. Give them real value too.
Yeah. I mean, because there's nothing like this, there's a need for it.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that people feel so fucking shit on that a lot of people are just going to quit writing because it's like, I can't distribute this anywhere. What's the point? I'm going to sell it on my own website. Social media can only do so much for you, but social media amplified by the entire horror community is going to do fucking wonders for all of us. You know?
When does Moonface release?
Moonface comes out on release or on launch. So that's the 15th, next Monday. And that's the same day that Simon promised me that Gob and Knob will be done too. And I've got a couple other exclusives. I got one from BJ Swan. I think it's called The Second Wolf.
That's a great cover, yeah.
I got one from Kevin I just got one from D&T, which is Daniel Volpe's Volpe. Whenever I see his name, I think of Valdo in a Soul Calibur series.
The mute guy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Valdo. I'm going to start calling him Valdo. So I've got something from D&T. It's called Nana. The name of the author is
Mark Taus.
Yes, Mark Taus. And I gotta.
That cover is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited, and I also really appreciate that the community is supporting this. Right? You know, you kind of feel like you're going into like uncharted territory when you kind of approach people and say, "Would you be interested in doing this?" You know, especially since I only started doing it like beginning of January, so I've been working my ass off trying to get this done. I own a marketing agency too, so I mean, it's like, you know, I got to bide my time. Being sick isn't cool.
Um, I've got to ask because, like I said, I read both of the R.J. Reynolds. The name of the main character in them is R.J. Reynolds, so people know what I'm talking about. But the vampire books, the Knuckle Supper and Knuckle Bald. In one of those, I don't know if it's the pretty boy vampire who had the exaggerated Twilight-like story to reel in, girls or what, but one of them like smoke like a guy's heroin-induced blood through a bong or something and get high.
No,
and-
that was wasn't the Rasta vampires were smoking a bong through like a human mouth stuffed with pot nuggets, and then they had a bong that like jammed into the skull. That was great. I loved that scene.
Is that what it
That
was,
one
Drew? Is that what it was?
I think you're thinking about Eldritch, who is the kind of flamboyant gothic character.
Yeah.
He's like RJ's ally, kinda. I don't want to ruin anything.
Oh no! Don't tell me there's a betrayal coming. That's
He's got a in the first book, he's got that body and he's sucking heroin out of it like hookah. So it's just been, you know, they tell people that they can turn them into vampires, right? And it's just all bullshit because they can't.
yeah. I can't. I guess for to be sensitive to those who want to learn it and learn about it themselves, read it themselves. I can't go into this too much, but I almost struggled to understand how they are vampires, but also kind of not. And it has to do with certain, organization and something that happened in the 80s. And, and I can't go any further with a description, but I got to say, I'm a little stumped. I almost feel like maybe RJ and the Cobra guy were being lied to, or not given the full story in that at the end of that.
Man, that's sucking the.
I don't want to ruin the Knuckler, which is the next book.
Yeah,
but you're following pretty closely.
Okay.
There's a lot more going on.
That's a badass series, though, and I love the tribalism of it. How there are all these different factions, and most of them are on their way out. They're dying, right? Because none of these alleged, so quote unquote vampires are all that healthy. They're like what I think of when I look at a possum. They're like scavengers. They're like beneath scavengers, right? I mean, is that
possums are beautiful creatures. Don't besmirch possums.
They really are cute. They're really cute.
Yeah, they're
Man,
adorable.
we were talking earlier about the zeitgeist. That scene that you were talking about, where they were drinking a heroin junkie's blood to get high. When I had typhus in 2019, one of the worst hallucinations that I had during my coma was I was in Chinatown and this like famous prostitute had been shot and her blood was flowing everywhere and everybody knew she was a coke addict. So everybody in Chinatown and basically every scumbag, including me from all over Chicago, was gathering around this pool of blood and just lapping it up off the dirty ground because it was so full of cocaine.
That's crazy. That sounds exactly like my books.
Wow. That's
You're
weird.
onto something.
When
Wild symbolism.
when does Knuckler release, Drew? Do you have a firm date?
As soon as I get off my ass and finish it.
Okay.
I can tell. Spoiler: it takes place in Mexico. Essentially, it's Escape from New York meets Five Deadly Venoms.
Meets what?
Five Deadly Venoms. You ever seen Five Deadly Venoms?
No, never heard of it.
A Chinese kung fu movie. It's fucking bitchin', dude. Gotta check that movie out. It's like a Toho movie. So it's like that. Like the first book was, I think, Warriors meets like Train Spotting.
Yeah.
Second one was just more Warriors, right?
Yeah, it was very Warriors. Loved it. It was so fun.
Thank you.
But also horrible. It was very, very traumatizing.
You write in those books about characters who have been abandoned. They're out on the streets. They probably sleep in alleys. A lot of them, but with your work with Children of the Night, I'm sure that you've seen enough real life stories that put those fictional stories to out to pasture, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like everyone will tell an author, it's like write what you know. I know LA, dude. It's a fucking dirty ass town where people are abandoned and they're left out on the street. So that's inspiration in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, that's where I find Pesos.
Anne is pretty close to LA, out in Palm Springs. So yeah, I mean, she walks it every night, don't you, Anne? You're out there.
And I left LA right at the right time. Oh God, it's such a long story. Very, very short story. Got attacked in my own apartment in Chicago. Fled Chicago for LA. Immediately caught typhus and almost died. Was hallucinating for like 2 months. Was thrown in a mental hospital because I seemed schizophrenic, and nobody gave a shit. The landlord, whose filthy conditions almost killed me, just was like, "You need to pay the rent."
Yep.
That's what LA is.
LA is the fucking nightmare right now. Stay
Oh
out
God,
of
I
LA.
can't even imagine.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating. The stuff that pops up in the Citizen app, like right next door to me. Weird, crazy story that I'm going to take you guys down right now. So over the summer, this past summer, we were all on COVID lockdown and shit. And we began smelling some fucking rancid shit next door to us. Like we thought maybe there was a dead animal under the house or something. So I went into the crawl space, see if I could find any like dead animals or what it was, or maybe it was our garbage can and shit. After a month, we come to find out that the elderly, incapacitated father who lives next door to us in our duplex had passed away a month ago. And his fucking son, who's a meth addict, was living in the house with the fucking corpse in the family room because the dad was incapacitated for a month. So we called I got my landlord to get in there. She went in there. She said she couldn't get very far because the smell of death was so bad. A month in the summer in LA. That's like 90 degrees every day. So she comes back out and she's like, I can't go any further. And I'm like, I'm not going in there. I should have gone in there. Could have gotten some pics. So freaking, she called the cops. The cops come. She thought that the kid killed himself too, that maybe he hung himself or something. So the cops come out, and I go, that motherfucker's in there. I guarantee he's in there. So they went back in, and he acted like he was like asleep and shit, and they came down. You can't get arrested for not reporting a fucking dead body, and that motherfucker is still next door to me and has been since August because the cops can't do shit. And he killed his fucking dad. He killed him.
Killed or let die?
Killed him. The freaking nurses who were over there, because he had like a stroke. He had this mysterious fall, and we think that the kid beat the shit out of his dad and fucked him up. So he couldn't walk anymore and he couldn't talk anymore. And so he was in the front room of their house, right next to there, where the nurses would come in, and he had a bed in there. And the nurses were coming by. He fired the nurses, the kid did, and they stopped coming around. And then a social worker came by and asked me, and he's like, have you seen the dad? Have you seen the kid? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I hadn't seen shit. Thankfully, I got a picture of his card that he left on their door. And he's still there because of the COVID restrictions. My landlord can't boot him. He's not paying rent. They froze any money he would have gotten from his parents. So he's just living there fucking in the middle of a freaking mess. Can you imagine how like the fucking biohazard I was living next door to? It was gnarly. And the dude's still there.
On that note, guys, I'm going to say goodnight from the UK.
Thanks, Jasper.
Thank you very much for coming.
Great night.
So much for having me.
You added a lot to the conversation, that's for sure.
Well, thanks.
Pleasure
Neil.
meeting you, man.
Pleasure meeting you too. Look forward to a long, very, very fruitful relationship with all you guys. Good night. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, this is I don't know. I feel like you've given a lot of misfit authors some hope, and that's a powerful drug. Once you get hooked on it, hope.
Yeah, and I hope that they can believe kind of my message and what I'm trying to do. This isn't about fucking people over. This isn't about exploiting authors. This is about helping people who are, very talented get their work out further. It's about bringing the community together, and amplification is the most important thing. I know I used the word MCN earlier, which is a multi-channel network, which is a really shitty kind of business practice, where it was these companies started in like the early 2010s, like Machinima and Osmos TV, and I've worked for all of them. So what they did is they're like, okay, we're gonna bring you into our network. We're gonna bring you brand deals and stuff like that, and we're gonna promote you, but we're gonna take over your freaking YouTube account. It's like, I'm not interested in doing any of that shit. I'm not taking any money out of anyone's pockets. I think that 10% is fair for like the work that I'm doing for people, right?
Yeah.
But I just want people to make more money, and I want them to get the exposure they deserve. Someone like Simon McCarty should be a fucking rock star right now. Yeah, people are talking about Mother Maggot so much, and he's got no way to push it out, even though it's not a mainstream book and he's not a mainstream guy. It's like he can get to them.
Yeah.
And I think I can, I think I can help. I want to help because I like him.
And not just Simon, but I've noticed that the same names keep cropping up in association with each other more and more, that it does feel like a community beginning, in its beginning stages. Aaron Beauregard, BJ Swan, Daniel Volpe, Nikki Noir. I see these names crop up over and over in relation to each other enough. And what they're doing is, related in a way that feels really organic, just like when Bizarro first started, how, that seemed to happen organically with, people's styles kind of, being comparable to each other, or some of the more like the zebra paperback horror, how they were all related, in the sort of style, but they also had their own, quirks, and I see that happening with these names, with Simon leading the pack, So yeah, I think that I'm glad that who keeps
Regina's being ill.
Okay, that was Gracie walking on the keyboard again. Sorry.
Oh, Gracie.
Either way,
Gracie trying to cancel me out here.
Oh, look at that cat butt.
Yeah, cat butt.
There's the fuzzy butt.
But
There's
yeah,
the fuzzy butt.
it's see, Mother Maggot was building a reputation for Simon, and then it got taken off Amazon. Me personally, I couldn't finish it, but I recognize that that's a strength that he was able to gross me out to the point that I'm gonna have to come back to this some other time.
Well, at Godless's launch, I'm going to have buzz books. And obviously, there's no more buzzy book right now than that. And for like the past year, people talk about it constantly. And I think that's a good thing. And someone like Simon should be able to reap the rewards from that, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, man. No, he's got some great offerings coming along down the pike, and so does Daniel. He's got some interesting titles too, and of course, BJ has a whole collection of things that I think are going to be coming out over time. So, I really feel like there is an increasing number of authors who are interested in using your platform, and I just see more and more authors who are interested in either extreme horror or, just fringe fiction in general, who I think really could use a home. So it's a great platform. It's really exciting.
Thanks, Regina. And I think that's the purpose, right? You're speaking exactly to what I want to do. It's like, this shit we know is hardcore. We understand it in the horror community, but a lot of people outside of the horror community don't understand it. That's why I'm doing stuff like the featured author videos. You can watch mine. It's on the Godless YouTube channel, and I'm doing those for him. Like, I'm cutting them for him. I'm sending the authors like a list of questions that they have to answer. They send them back to me, and I'll edit that shit. And then, like I said, I'm going to do like a bunch of different formats that are really accessible to different people, like react videos and horror authors reading each other's works and stuff like that.
Cool.
So it's just making something different, making people look at the horror community a little different, and that doesn't mean selling out. That means making content that's fun and making content that's cool and making content that's built around the author's work, right? I mean, I'd like to get Simon to eat a handful of maggots.
Oh no!
That would be one hell of a publicity stunt.
That's what put me
I think I might have actually done that already.
Man, come on. No, that
No
was
wonder
what
why it seems like something's always eating you up inside.
I never had that millennial instinct to whip my camera out at the right time.
Yeah.
That was what put me off of Mother Maggot, was when the guy ate maggots out of an asshole, and then he popped his finger in his mouth like he was savoring the juices. I couldn't go any farther after that. Like I said, I think back to it someday.
That's when I kind of just blur my eyes and power through. Simon let me read a couple of his stories that are coming out soon, and there are some moments where it's like, blah, 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 that's just okay. Let's see what happens in the next paragraph.
He's got that, right? He's got his hook.
Yeah.
Let's see how gross his fucking next thing can be.
What about
it's
Aussie Sickos? When's Aussie?
Yeah, I'm so excited about Aussie Sickos, dude. I cannot wait for that title.
Can I show the cover on here? Is that cool?
Yeah.
There was something of Regina's I meant to read besides her harem fiction, but fucked if I can remember what it was.
Babysitter
Dottie.
It had something to do with like the 60s, I think.
The 60s.
Wild Girl Running.
Maybe I'm just maybe it's just the typhus brain damage talking. I know there was something. I don't think it was that.
I'm very excited for whatever you've got coming out next with Puppet Combo.
See, this is why we need
I
a
love
blog
those
for the
games.
show with a.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we should have a log with Discussed Works. But yeah, I'm very excited for the next
one of you
title,
ladies
Puppet Combo.
if you
as soon as I get home, I'm gonna start a Google Doc, like right now during this show. Once I get home, I'm gonna start a Google Doc and just put things in it and make a backup of it every week in case somebody decides to vandalize it, and just give all of our listeners a link to the Google Doc.
Cool. Here
I
it is.
keep my
This
Goodreads
is
open
why-
while I'm listening to this.
I know.
Every time I hear something I think I'd be interested in, I just go and mark it on Goodreads.
Got to add it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
There's a lot of good shit out there. There's so much good shit. I mean, like, some people are so jaded. They're like, oh, everything's been done. But I mean, no. Authors have more freedom now than they ever have, except for Amazon when they get censor happy,
Oh, 100%. The stuff that we write today, like, no, it could never have 10 years ago. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. That's
Right?
a pretty
I
awesome
know.
cover, yeah.
I love
Doesn't
that.
that remind you of
fucking cover.
something on, like, Cinemax at 3 a.m. when you were, like, 11 years old? It
It
does.
reminds me of like. Oh,
It
sorry.
reminds me of like a death metal cover.
I was going
a
to say, it
death metal
reminds me
album.
of the early death covers, like Scream, Bloody Gore, and Leprosy. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I keep telling Simon that he's going to be like among the first of this community to be anointed by a movie, which, I hope comes true and isn't a curse on him, because I really think that his books are like very cinematic and remind me of just all the really like hardcore, violent, torture, snuff horror films that came out in, the late 2000s, except now it's like really like just incredibly extreme. But I think that's the interesting thing about having it in a literary format, is that it's like you can't look away and experience the story. In order to fully actually experience the story in any meaningful way, it's like watching a film, you blink, but when you're reading words on a page, you're being forced to like actually read the words if you really want to read the story. So it's like it traps you with it, and I think that's why a lot of these extreme horror authors are able to create such powerful works, because they become just like so intense and so just like in the face of the reader. It's so inescapable, man.
Regina, that's the difference between like novel writing and screenwriting. Screenwriting is bullshit, dude. It's like fucking, seriously. It's like taking an outline and just filling in the blanks. It's so lame.
Yeah.
But novelists and people who write books and short stories and novellas and stuff, they have this opportunity to build like an entire fucking world, right? And they don't have to worry about the constraints of special effects. So I mean, it's so much more powerful, and it means so much more to me. My favorite book of all time is The Great and Secret Show, and I always wanted to see it as a movie. But then you think about it, and you're like, man, they're gonna fuck that up, So I read it all the time. Like I return to it because it just draws me in so hardcore. And Barker's got this way of doing that, but especially in that book, because that whole scene in the dead letter office isn't really scary or creepy or anything. It's just fucking engaging, right? And you can't capture that in a movie.
Yeah, all those letters, like letters to Santa Claus, letters to God, and just how he that was the first clue of this metaphysical other world was down there in that office, with all these letters that people wrote to non-existent entities, and later on they kind of dreamed them up when the barrier is crossed or something. It's been a long time, but it was very imaginative, as most of Barker's were too imaginative for the screen.
Yeah, and they could never make Weave World either, right?
Oh no.
I don't know. They're getting closer with some of this stuff. But Hellraiser has degenerated with each subsequent sequel. I think the last really good one would have been Hellbound, part 2, and maybe part 3 up until CD Head.
CD Head was the worst character in fucking Hellraiser franchise history, dude.
Yeah.
You guys, I think I got to bounce.
Hey, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very much, Drew. I did
Thank
have
you.
one author I wanted to recommend to you before you go, and you've probably heard of him, but Chandler Morrison.
Yep.
I
He's
think
on there.
Oh, he is. Okay, great.
Yeah,
'Cause fit right
I would
in.
I'd recommend Matthew Stocco.
I haven't heard of Matthew Stocco.
Yeah, he
Oh
wrote
yeah,
Cows.
he's wrote Cows.
He's been around.
It's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
infamous.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
highly
awesome.
recommend him,
Um,
especially since his work is self-published now, so it's all in his hands.
so when is so Knuckler is in what, like first draft, cooling off in a drawer somewhere, not written at all, or what?
No, it's written.
Okay.
Kinda. I've got the basics together. I just need to fucking sit down and quit fucking getting distracted by things like launching horror platforms and novelette series for 25 cents and satanic diet books and whatever other dumb shit I'm going to dream up on my walks. So trust me, it's coming.
So
I just want to close by saying, and I'll let you talk too, Ben. Don't worry. But I just wanted to say that when I found out that you were heading up this, and I was already familiar with your, Knuckle series, I felt like, man, that's just the guy to step up and handle this for less experienced authors. So I'm proud to have already read your stuff beforehand.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Jeremy.
go
Really
ahead.
quick, we need to talk about how we can do this as weekly on the Godless YouTube channel. So
Okay.
hit me up definitely when you guys are done tonight.
Yes,
It'd be very fun.
Cool.
awesome.
So godless.com launches on the 15th, you said?
Launches on the 15th. I'm going to try and launch it on midnight, between the 14th and the 15th, but I'm not absolutely positive I can do it. I still got a shitload of work to do. Like I said, I have to put up all the non-partner publisher titles, and those are some deep ass catalogs, So, and obviously, anyone who's an author who might be struggling or maybe not struggling, or looking for a way to release their work, or looking for a way to release their more edgy work, or shit that they just want to sell short stories for 25 cents, have them hit me up, and then we'll go from there. I appreciate everything, you guys.
Well,
Alright,
we
so that's,
appreciate you
Doing a
coming
great
on. Thank
thing.
you so much. Yeah.
You're doing a really great thing. Thank you
Yeah.
for being
Very good to
that
talk to you.
beacon of hope.
All right, so
Thanks,
keep
guys.
an eye out for godless.com on the 15th. Thank you so much for coming, Drew.
Word up. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Just X out of the window and
There you go.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
What do
Well,
you
that
think,
was a
Dan?
great conversation. That
Yeah,
was-
that
Yeah.
was.
What do you think, Dan?
Definitely.
You think you'd be at home working with Godless, or
Oh, was that directed at me?
well, yes.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you if you remember the scene from Electra's Revenge that just grossed you out beyond belief.
The microphone in the toilet.
Yeah, I think I'm going to submit that story to him as a short story because it sounds like it's up his alley. And also, I have a horror sort of novella that I wanted to have an excuse to write, and I can probably do that before the 15th.
Right on. That's great.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it's the more content that they can get, the better. It's one of those things where you just want to keep stuff rolling out. So I'm sure he'll be happy to have anybody new come on the platform.
Yeah, I have one story I have one story I'll be more than happy to pull down off Amazon and put up on Godless. And
Tomato
maybe I'll
garden.
see if the tomato garden, and see if maybe that candy shopping at the end of the world that I'm working on, if that would be a good fit for it.
Of course, maybe he'll Google me and decide he wants me to write under a pseudonym, which that'd be fine by me.
What kind of erotica would you write, Anne, if you were going to?
Whatever rules.
I feel like I would do a better job if I wrote erotica that was actually erotic to me, but my tastes, they don't range. The stuff that I find erotic is either 100% vanilla like just thinking about a particular person and having sex with them, and then just too horrifying to mention or share with any other human being ever. There's like nothing in the middle.
That's what I want to read.
Well, just write the letter under a pen name, and you'll be good to go.
I do find it curious, though, that you have the imagery. You mentioned the imagery of someone either, imagining another character hogtied, or they are actually hogtied, like during an escape later. In the word hogtied comes up several times in Electra's Revenge. Is there something to that?
I've never really thought about that, but it might have something to do with the fact that my best friend died in the middle of writing that epic. It was one of the things that emotionally affected me the most. And oddly enough, the thing that she was most famous for, she is a bondage model, and she was most famous for having been hogtied with a ball gag in her mouth for the entirety of this, 10-minute film she made that's all pink. Like, she shot it in black and white, but then she hand-colored it in all pink while she was in her meth phase. So I must have had her on the mind.
That sounds very dangerous. She didn't die during filming, did she?
Oh, no. She died 40 years later from sort of a combination of alcohol abuse and pancreatic cancer.
I don't know. You just mentioned it at least 3 times throughout the book, and I think many psychiatrists could pore over Electra's Revenge, if not all the other books, and fixate in on different things, and dissect them.
Oh, God. Even in real life, psychiatrists don't know what the fuck to do with me. But but actually, I don't find hog tying sexy. I do like being tied, sort of starfish position to the bed. But
Right.
that's just, oh my God, you fucking asshole. Who needs to do that to their engine? I do enjoy being tied in the starfish position to a bed so that I can, shift into the universe where I'm a sex goddess.
Neil
referring
Bimbeau
back
is
to the
just
thing.
over here taking notes, very interesting.
Oh, I'm halfway through a story.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Yeah. Okay.
I think she was referring to what she said earlier about people thinking they're going to other universes when they lay in their bed and think about shit.
Yeah.
Right. I could make it someone actually. One of these dumb kids accidentally falls into some sort of hole where they shift into 1956 and they're just completely fucked. They don't know how
there's a story.
with a
There's a story
typewriter.
idea there.
What's that?
There's a story idea right there. Someone gets isekai'd while they're tied to a bed and into a universe where there's a sex goddess.
Yep.
And they're arrested for impersonating the sex goddess.
That'd be awesome. That
Neil,
would fit your style, I think.
Y'all think I'm joking. I've written stories on dares before.
Well, it's funny.
I can neither confirm nor deny which of my stories were written on dares, but
Neil,
several of them have been.
Neil, who started the Monster Girl thing? Where did it begin?
Greek mythology.
No. But I mean, when it became known as exclusively Monster Girl fiction or erotica, was it Dante King? Was it Logan Jacobs? Eric Vall? Who was first?
I couldn't tell you for sure. If you put a gun to my head and asked me to guess, I would tell you it's either Vall or Jacobs. It generally is.
Okay.
To have done something first.
You got Monster Girl Islands, Monster Girl Base, Monster Girl Mountain. I mean, this is they're franchises, basically, seems,
They're keywords, basically. A book comes out and does extremely well with the word Monster Girl in the title, and suddenly you have a bunch of books coming out that have Monster Girl in the title because it's what Regina said before about in a previous episode about erotica. You have to think about it the way that you would search for such a thing on Amazon. So if you're looking for Monster Girl books, boom, if there's a bunch of Monster Girl books that have it right there in the title, they're going to get pushed up to the top of the search results.
Do you think that this blob girl, her tits are disproportionate? Because we had a kind of a little debate about this one time.
Blob girl, oh.
It's a blob girl.
Well, they're pretty
God,
anti-grav.
My jealousy of the Logan Jacobs covers just has no bounds.
Her nipples are
Okay.
like in
His typography is always so fucking good. Holy shit.
yeah.
There's just no nipples there, but they're kind of at a weird angle.
Well, she's a slime girl.
She's learning
Yeah.
how to imitate human,
Mating behavior.
Yes.
Yeah. She didn't get it quite right when she was forming her boobs.
She did pretty good as far as I can see.
Okay, now check this out. Because I know
Jesus.
This is the one that you read from before. Oh my god.
I know I've beaten it like a dead horse and dug it up and beaten it some more.
Again, Jeremy?
No, but I have to. It never stops being funny. I smell. I gave my own armpit a sniff test. Seriously, that's the hottest thing about me. Yes. It tells me that our cubs will be strong. Fila explained. Smelling you makes my womb ache, and the flame of my leg ache. Even if my mind did not love you, my body needs to make cubs with you.
I don't know about you, but I am rock hard right now.
Yeah.
I have nothing but love for Logan Jacobs. Nothing but love.
He's good.
You're very professional, Neil. I commend it.
The first book actually stuck to the plot, and I feel like it's gotten more into the just sex zone as time's gone on. But the first book was a solid plot. See,
that is the norm.
Okay.
I think that's a general complaint, and I think to an extent that is unavoidable when you're writing harem fiction, just because you have so many more characters. Like, again, Corruption Lord, he's got 5 wives. If I want to have a sex scene involving each one once, I've got to, put them all in a hot tub.
I kind of assume that's how these books are written. Like, the first one is the plot, it's getting into it, and then books 2 through however many penises going into holes, and then the last one plot, and it wraps up.
I mean, I try to do them a little bit better than that, but I mean, that's also disturbingly accurate, I suppose.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah.
Generally, you want to, because you don't want to only have one partner in the first book, because then people will yell at you that it isn't actually harem. So you have to have at least 2 by the end of the book.
I have 3.
And generally, yeah, you have 3, and you have more potential.
But they still thought that it wasn't enough to qualify for a harem. I had a lot of people say, well, it's not really harem.
It's like,
you know what it is? You know what
just
it is?
keep your dick in your hand. There'll be more in the other books.
You know what it is it's because they never have the talk. They never have the talk where they officially decide. It's a thing. They never have the talk where they officially decide that they're going to share this guy.
Okay. Interesting. That's an interesting detail. I'll have to think about that. Well, again, it's like, for me, I guess it's like, I feel like it's just impatience, because for me, it's part of like the journey is getting to that point where they become like a family instead of just a D&D party.
No, absolutely.
Right? And so I think that's part of the plot for the whole first trilogy, and I think people are just impatient.
And fuck them. I've seen the ranks that Bloom and Dark is getting. Cry into your pile of money. It's fine.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah, that's the way I feel right now.
Okay, now I have to also read Acrassus, the Blob Girls, funny paragraph here, because, I mean, this one hasn't been worn out yet. We do not require
Read this in like the most robotic voice that you can.
We do not require sleep as long as we are sufficiently hydrated. However, the memories I have acquired from Fila and Emma indicate that the nightly ritual of sleeping coincides with accepting Dave's sperm in the vaginal canal so that it enters the womb and begins fertilizing the female eggs. I am eager to begin that process.
Fucking Dalek comes into the room behind. Impregnate.
Oh, God. Vaginal canal should never be used in erotica.
No.
I'm calling it.
No.
I think that there's
Not unless
Maybe
it's like an
medical
actual
erotica.
unless it's an actual like canal that they are
That
crossing
too.
and it's a joke.
I think the paragraph.
One of the Venetian.
I remember one of Edward Lee. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying those paragraphs seem like they were carefully sculpted to induce a just such a reaction, like, oh my God, this is really happening, and it's so hot,
I assume that the slime girl is supposed to be like, I don't know, like a Vulcan or something.
She's
on that
probably a good
paragraph.
lubricant, I mean.
Well, that is the point, but yeah, I was just gonna say, I remember in one of Edward Lee's books, he used the term vaginal vault, and I almost put it down there because I found this to be such a repellent phrase.
That's pretty rough.
Wow.
What if it's a
How did we
heist
get
novel and they have to break in?
How did we get to this point? This is amazing.
This is where it goes, especially when the guests are gone. We still got Neil here, so we've got one. Neil, you have to keep us anchored.
I'm
that's
doing quite the opposite.
yeah, I think he's causing the dialogue.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. It's you guys have got some. I mean, I guess you guys are. I notice a bestseller, mark, but beside most of these titles. So you guys are.
Which titles?
Well, I thought I saw it next to some of yours. Would I be correct?
I don't know if any of mine have a bestseller tag right now. Those are kind of fickle.
But Logan Jacobs, Eric Vall, Dante King, all of them have,
oh, absolutely, yeah.
bestsellers.
rank
So this
very
stuff is moving units.
Yep.
Whatever.
Yes.
I was terrified. I was
So-
honestly a little bit terrified when you invited me to this because I know you had invited Dante King as well, and I was almost like I should ask Regina if he's going to be here because that would be like too much. Like, hey, let's you come on stage and like play some songs with us. Oh, and by the way, Radiohead is coming too.
Yeah.
So you look up to Dante King that much. So he's
Oh,
been around a
absolutely.
long time, right?
Absolutely.
Who do you think is, if there were a gatekeeper, and that doesn't have to necessarily be a bad word, but I've found in communities it often can be. But who would you consider the gatekeeper of this whole lit RPG, Monster Girl, erotica, whatever thing? Who guards the door?
One of the best things about this genre is that there are no gatekeepers. No one can fucking stop me from publishing whatever fucking book I want. And, let the fucking market decide.
Okay.
Man, I thought you were going to say Storberry.
You know what? There's not enough. There's no Cerberus erotica out there.
Oh, we can fix that.
You can. The
It's
closest I can
because-
think of is the Cerebus from Helltaker.
Yeah, it's because there's no bestiality allowed on Amazon.
No. What if Cerberus
Well-
change into a
Oh.
bipedal?
Oh yeah, it'd be like
People have
the.
three heads.
Well, it would
So
be
he's
the Cerberus from Helltaker, where it's just 3 girls.
Wow.
Then it's just conjoined triplets.
No, it's like 3 separate girls who have like share one mind.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
That could be interesting.
Yeah, I don't want to give
Yeah,
any
I mean-
spoilers, but you guys should read John Wayne's new book. John Wayne sees.
Well, which one is it? It's Mage of Hellmouth.
Mage of the Hellmouth. Yeah, man, it's really good.
And who wrote Pandemonium? Lucas Magnum.
Oh shoot!
That was Ryan Harding and Lucas Magnum, I think.
Yeah.
Cerberus could be a dog boy with 3 penises.
There's an idea.
You should write
Where's
that.
the third one?
Yeah,
Oh
there
my
you
God,
go.
he can
See, you're a
he can
natural at
service
this.
his like a third of his harem all at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so Cerberus gets tired of just being a gatekeeper and actually takes some damn initiative.
I don't know if the reader will be able to like identify with being a triple donged hound beast.
If they
Maybe he
like,
could be the rival.
if they like tentacle porn, they'll get with it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of a good point.
That was
too.
very like 2017.
Tentacle porn is out of date.
It had its moment in the sun. It did, but it hasn't been big in a very long time.
Yeah, I didn't really see a big return on it.
What about like
Yeah.
an entity with like a beehive type body? Like certain parts of its body are like bee colonies, or a hive or something, and it's like they have to be fertilized with semen, every hole.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that's
everybody
like
wants to fuck bees.
Well, I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
like
if you want to read a book about sexy bee girls, actually, Benjamin Medrano, very cool guy, friend of mine. His Sting and Song books feature an adorably sociopathic bee girl as the protagonist.
No way. Oh my god, I've just discovered like I don't know what, but
Oh, he's in love.
What's it called again?
Hang on, I'm gonna pull up where I'm.
don't worry, I found it. I'm there.
What's the first book called?
Wait,
It's been
Jeremy,
It's been
what you-
forever. It's been forever since I've read these.
Jeremy's like, we gotta end the show now.
That's the one. That's the one. Sting
Hey,
and
who
Song.
does these covers? Do you guys have to pay like absurd amounts of money to get these covers?
Well, I
It
don't.
depends.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know
I
where. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like it's really fair. I mean, I don't pay much more for the cover that I have on Bloom and Dark than I do for a cover that I used to put on an MF Sullivan book, for instance. So I feel like, original art is worth investing in. I mean, the returns are just incredible, and I think it's worth it.
Would it be inappropriate? Because I remember what happened when I asked Strange that one time how much he paid for something, just as a comparison in case I wanted to buy a certain thing at some point, and he took offense. Like, would it be inappropriate to ask how much have you paid for cover art of that quality?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fairly cheap when it comes to cover art. I'm not a big fan of commissioning art. What I generally do is I have a whole bunch of people on DeviantArt bookmarked, generally people who do work with DAS models and the like, and I will, if I see something I like, I will make them an offer. Generally, I pay anywhere from $75 to $125 to do this. I think the most I've ever spent on a cover is $200.
Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, I pay a little bit more than that, definitely, for sure. Yeah. I think Bloom and Dark's cover was about $550. And then I believe this new one that I just commissioned the other day, and I'm very excited about, because book 2 is about 10,000 words from being finished. And
the sequel.
I'm very much looking forward to getting that done and out. So that should be soon. But I finally sent the parameters out to the cover artist, and she just started it. So I'm really excited. But because she's kind of rushing it, I gave her a little bit of extra. So I think that's about $600 that I'm spending on that cover. But it's worth it to me, especially because honestly, well, here's the thing. Here's the lesson is that with the first cover, I initially contracted with a sub-quality artist who delivered like really bad art that was just not to the parameters and it wasn't good. And it was partially on me for using Fiverr, I guess. But yeah, it was a mistake. But I blew some money on that. I was really disappointed with the outcome. And I really, kind of was taking a risk on this other author, but I think the result speaks for itself, and I really am excited to see what she comes up with. And I feel like, it's great to troll DeviantArt and either get existing artwork from it or just commission artwork for a book. It's really a great way to support indie artists, right?
Absolutely, and that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. If you start getting into the level of like the slime girl that you showed me a minute ago, or if you get into like the William Morand covers that are all done by the same artist, she has sort of become a staple artist of the harem lit genre. Those get into the multiple thousands of dollars. So
really?
I've looked into that before and been like, whoa, no, thank you.
I was wondering about that. Because those are like really very detailed figures and just very detailed paintings. So it's just like, damn, yeah, it must be expensive.
Yeah, they definitely are.
That's very interesting.
This cover, I'm not going to talk about the specific cost for this cover. That is my avatar, but this was done by a gentleman on DeviantArt named Pinup Meister, who is excellent and was very nice to work with.
That's cool.
So you should hit him up if you have anything that you want to do that like isn't like an Archer style or anything. Like that's what I was going for Mind Over Marker, which is what I'm working on right now on Patreon. And then once that's done, I will probably start writing Apocalypse and Chill 4. I gotta think that's probably the most money makingest move to do next.
Did you say Apocalypse and Chill is a better place to start, or Corruption Lord?
Jesus. Regina, have you read Corruption Lord?
I have not read Corruption Lord.
I mean, me personally, I would go with Corruption Lord based on the title.
Okay, yeah. No, that's probably, I mean, it's more in line with my erotica, definitely, because, he has a powerful corruptive gaze that, turns noble paladins and good aligned princesses into like hot demon girls and shit. So it's definitely more in line with the erotica that I've written. Whereas Apocalypse and Chill was basically a horror novel I planned to write a couple years ago that I was like, well, why don't I do this but put a harem in it and write it as Neil? And that's how that came about.
Yeah, man. No, that's a really fun book, and I feel like it's kind of depends on your personal taste. If you're wanting to get into the erotica side of Neil's work, which is most of the body of work, then I think that's probably Corruption Lord is where to start. But I also, honestly, I just really liked Apocalypse and Chill from a writing standpoint. So,
thank you.
Whatever. Yeah.
Everything kind of clicked with that book. That was that was less outlining than I normally do. What happened with that was I was cleaning my office and I found a notebook that I had tucked in somewhere, and I was leafing through it for any story ideas and shit. And I actually found written on a page the line that became the first line of Apocalypse and Chill, which I believe is he'd almost made it, the poor bastard. And as soon as I read that line, like the whole scene with the well, everything just popped in my head, and I was like, okay, I've got to write this down. And I pretty much just pantsed that novel in like 3 weeks. It just sort of happened. I didn't expect it to be big. It's entirely because of the title, and I have forgotten who suggested it to me on Discord, in Discord Sprint Group. But I'm so glad that they suggested it, because it would not have sold nearly as well if it was called like The Broken World or whatever the fuck I was going to call it originally.
Yeah, no, I love Apocalypse and Chill. It's a really funny title, and it's just, it sets a good vibe for it, right?
Speaking of which, what are you doing with the Bloom and Dark sequel? Are you doing Bloom and Dark too? Because I was originally going to do something with Apocalypse and Chill where each thing was going to be like a thing and thing. Like the second book was going to be called like Survival and Sin or something like that.
That's kind of what I'm doing with this. So the second one, I'll just it's a title reveal. The title reveal of book 2 of the Burning Soul saga is going to be Strife and Valor. And I can't set a release date yet, but it's coming out soon enough. Yeah, its titles are definitely kind of a challenge with the series, because it's like really, you have to strike a balance between keyword and something unique but something on brand, but something evocative, and it's just it's tricky. It's an art all its own.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, please.
No, and I'm sure it'll be great. I ended up just calling it Apocalypse and Chill too, because I'm like, that's probably going to make me more money than doing it the other way. I think in order to succeed at this, and I learned this sort of from toiling in the erotica mines, you have to be stubborn, like abnormally stubborn, and you have to kind of be a mercenary too about it at the same time.
Totally. Absolutely.
I have a bit of a non sequitur that I need to go on before we wrap up.
Please do.
And I guess I can kind of tie it back to the whole concept of insect people to justify it, but I have to get this off my chest. Is everybody here, at least if not a fan of Spider-Man, familiar with Spider-Man?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Who here's
yeah.
actually a fan of Spider-Man?
I am. Yeah,
I enjoyed the last PS4 game quite a bit.
Oh
the
yeah, I love
Spider-Man
those
game.
games.
What about the movies, the comics?
Yeah, the movies. I really
They're
liked
okay.
the movies when I was a kid.
And you
movies
said
are
you liked
okay.
Spider-Man, didn't you? I can't hear you. You're muted.
You're
She's muted.
Okay.
I think I've told you this before. I'm kind of a comic fan in a weird way. When I was a kid, I had access to all the this giant pile of 60s and 70s Marvel and DC comics
Mhm.
that my dad and his brothers had accumulated in my grandma's attic.
Yeah.
But actually buying comic books was too expensive already by the the late 70s and early 80s to actually be a hobby for me. So
Yeah.
I loved all of these characters, but I only know them in their up to about 1974 incarnation.
Yeah, they were still kind of, Marvel was still kind of finding their feet then, I think, right? 'Cause they
Yeah,
started in the 50s or 60s, didn't they?
yeah.
But
But it's kind of a fun perspective to have, because I look at what's being done now, and from some angles it's kind of more sophisticated, but from other angles it's kind of dopier.
see, you get something out of Spider-Man in the movies and TV shows that you don't quite get in the comics, and you get to see him, like, just the way his acrobatics, like they don't compare to normal physics as we understand them, and I always liked that about each set of movies. But I have to say this now, after going back, Tobey Maguire is fucking the cringiest Spider-Man ever. Tobey
fucking 30 years old.
I thought that Tobey Maguire owned that role until I went back and watched it again. I mean, he's sitting there when he gets the Venom costume and that horrible atrocity.
Oh, yeah,
that part three, he's asking a girl to bring him cookies and milk, and he's thinking he's a badass, and he's like, "Oh my god, what
that was fucking stupid.
what was that sigh, Regina? Was that because I'm even talking about it, or because it's that bad?"
Oh no, it's just pretty rough. I mean, the thing is that the Spider-Man trilogy, I felt like I was really excited as a kid because my dad was really into comic books and my mom really wasn't quite so much at that point. So the Spider-Man movie was an opportunity to share a comic book experience with her that was really great and really exciting. So it was really fresh. And so to me, the first Spider-Man movie really represents the optimism that I had about the superhero genre at that time because it's so good. And then the other two definitely represent where the superhero genre has gone, where it just gets progressively worse and more self-indulgent and bizarre until it's got the weird scene of Tobey Maguire dancing or whatever in the third one. I'm not really I don't know. I just I feel like I just want superhero movies to be better than what they are.
I mean, that was especially bad because they did it in the comics and they did it in the cartoon series, and both of them pulled pulled off like the Venom suit, making him increasingly more hostile way better.
That 90s cartoon did it.
I was just gonna say, I fucking loved the 90s cartoon. The 90s cartoon was my favorite Spider-Man fucking medium.
Yeah.
You know, I loved it.
You
Now,
remember the finale of that where they had the Spider-Man from all different universes? That was awesome.
I know that was like 20 years before the Into the Spider-Verse, where they did it, you know, a few years ago. Yeah.
My primary memory of that 90s TV show was being fuming mad because they had a two-parter, and it ended with Spider-Man swinging into a burning building, and then the burning building exploded like 2 seconds later, and it was like, oh my god, Spider-Man's dead. And at the beginning of the next episode, it showed him like swinging into the building and then like rolling through the building and like ducking under like a fucking burning like riser and doing all like 45 seconds worth of shit and jumping out of a window on the other side. And I'm like, that's not what we saw. You turned me into Annie fucking Wilkes Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like he didn't jump out of the cock-a-doodle car.
The cock-a-doodle window.
No, serials have been doing that forever, man. Even going back to like the, you know, 50s, 40s, whatever. I mean, even when it was like they were silent, they would still do the cliffhanger stuff. And then, you know, the car would fall off a cliff, and then the circumstances would be slightly more different the next week, where, you know, the car just kind of, you know, landed on another cliff down below. They exaggerate to get a cliffhanger.
I watched the Batman serials from like the 20s or 30s, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, the conventional wisdom amongst Doctor Who fans is that the Tom Baker years were the best. But when you actually go back and watch the Tom Baker years, Doctor Who is like a half-hour program, and 10 minutes of it is recapping the last episode.
Wow.
It's like, you know, I actually kind of prefer watching an hour of continual story rather than, but I mean, right back then they weren't binge watching this stuff one episode after another. They waited for it all week. And then, you know, they finally, if you wait for it all week, you might have forgotten what happened last week.
Yeah, totally.
But the thing is that those old screenwriters knew how to cram so much, you know, excitement in and information in without doing it in a vulgar way. You know, they were able to cram more in and make it work, whereas the newer screenwriters maybe not so much. My point is, Tobey Maguire is not the Spider-Man that I remember him to be, and nobody is going to agree with me on this. But after I found out that they were casting all three of them in one movie, you know, this December, and going with the multiversal route, I'm going back and looking, and you know, like I said, I'm caught up through the Tobey Maguire trilogy, the Andrew Garfield, who didn't even make it to 3, and then the Tom Holland one that just kind of got shoehorned into the MCU, and I love the MCU. I think that's how I used to think about the comics as a kid, is how they all intersected, you know. But I'm going to have to say, and this is going to be controversial probably, Andrew Garfield was the best Spider-Man of the 3. He brought a lot of pathos to it. I mean, I don't know, maybe he was too cool to be the nerdy Peter Parker and a little too stoic at times, but I think he got the most out of the role. Has anybody seen those two, the Amazing Spider-Man movies? They were called the Amazing Spider-Man.
No.
Andrew Garfield, I think, was the best Spider-Man. Now, if you want laughs and, you know, the awkward humor where it's like he's nervous in front of his girlfriend, like forever in a day, then Tom Holland's your Spider-Man. But I thought Andrew Garfield actually researched Joseph Campbell for the role. Okay, I mean that's
my main question about the fucking new Spider-Man with Tom or whatever his name is, the young man, is that it's like, is it just me or did Aunt Jane like suddenly become an absolute babe what the fuck happened.
Yeah, Marissa
Oh,
Tomei.
she's a
For some
smart
reason.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember they were showing like progressions of Spider-Man movies, and it projected that in one of them, Spider-Man would be a baby, and his Aunt May would be a teenager.
I was so confused. I was like, I can't even remember what I was watching. It must have been like an Avengers movie before we were going to go out to see the last one with our friends. And I was just like, so like, who the fuck is this hot woman? And then they talked about her and they called her May. And I was like, no. What? Okay.
It's like-
They're just trying to get that horny dad dollar, I guess.
Yeah,
Like nobody can be old in these movies. Everybody has to be beautiful. Everything has to be this flat line of glamour.
the two later Spider-Men are way better than Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire brought too much like drama for the sake of drama to the role. You know, like I said, whereas Andrew Garfield brought a lot of pathos, and it's like he researched Joseph Campbell for the role because, you know, of the whole, you know, universal story of the hero narrative, or, you know, all that Joseph Campbell stuff.
Intimately familiar. It's half my books.
You know,
You're right.
I actually wrote a this rom-com about cat girls, and I sort of made fun of the hero's journey the entire way through. The call to adventure comes from him calling a place called Call to Adventure Advertising, and the belly of the whale moment happens in a maid cafe that is named after the belly of the whale. It was good. Nobody like commented on it at all, but. You know, sometimes you have to do things like that.
They weren't
for the fuck of it.
they were looking for.
Does anybody remember the Spider-Man musical?
No, I remember you talking
I
about it.
remember that existing.
It
I remember
existed.
The Green Goblin song.
It was the Spider-Man musical was like one of the most expensive musicals of all time. Apparently, a big part of that is they were basically trying to make it an acrobatic show as well, and theaters are not made for that. So,
like a Cirque du Soleil thing.
Sort of like they would have like Spider-Man like flying around on like ropes and stuff. And the problem is, you know, it wasn't really set up properly for that. Like apparently, like on one of the very first preview nights for it, one of the like they forgot to hook one of the ropes onto the Spider-Man, the guy who was playing Spider-Man, and he plummeted 30 feet into the orchestra pit.
One job.
Did
One
he die?
fucking job.
No, he didn't die, but he got fucked up pretty badly.
Oh my god. That sounds like fodder for a producers-esque comedy.
Yeah, a little
it would
bit.
probably.
Yeah, Owen Hart, the wrestler Owen Hart, was not so lucky when that happened to him. Jesus. Oh
Yeah,
man.
there were several injuries, and
You can't fool around when you're hooking people up to those wires that high in the air. You can't.
and it's like they basically like completely rewrote the script from the beginning, because when they played the original during previews, everybody absolutely hated it. Like critics just absolutely blasted it. And apparently it was very stupid. There was apparently like a scene where Arachne, like the Arachne from Greek mythology, is the villain of the story, and she apparently has a musical number about trying on shoes.
Okay.
It was basically like being pulled in a bunch of different directions. You had like the executives who basically just wanted to make the movies into a musical. You had Julie Taymor, who was apparently didn't really want much to do with Spider-Man, trying to do her thing. And then you had fucking Bono and the Edge from U2 doing the music.
Oh my
Did they really?
God.
Yeah.
That's how I felt watching that Wonder Woman movie, the new one. I was like watching like 4 different movies that had been stapled together in like a back room somewhere.
Oh, the one where the Amazons with Bronze Age weapons beat a bunch of guys with World War I machine guns?
And I think that was the first one.
No, so that's the first
The
one.
first-
No,
Okay,
The
the
first
that
one
was-
was pretty.
the HBO
Well,
Max.
Wonder Woman's Wonder Woman is a demigod, so you've got that. But I
But
thought
yeah,
the first
I
one
mean,
was the most.
I don't care if they're demigod bows and fucking arrows. All right. You can't beat World War I guys with Bronze Age weapons.
You're
Again,
never going to get
Wonder
into
Woman's
an
a
RPG
demigod.
mindset like that.
So
What's that?
It has to be a high enough level bow and arrow.
I mean, I thought Wonder Woman was like the only DCU movie that was bearable, and
I mean, I
when
did
I saw
like the
like when I saw the previews for the 1984 one, I was just like, no.
Mhm.
No.
Well, I mean, I generally did like the movie. It was very visually beautiful, and I like what's her name, the actress. But
Mhm.
I just got, for some reason, I got so Aspergerly stuck. Maybe I played Civ too much right before I saw that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, but apparently, the Wonder Woman 84, the sequel, apparently, like, everybody fucking hated that one. It's like, oh, they fucked up another DCU movie. What a surprise.
Yeah.
You
What
know,
was
it made
it
the
that they did?
Suicide Squad movie look like it was like tightly plotted.
I didn't even bother with Suicide Squad.
I thought
That one
everybody
looked like
liked
shit
the
to me.
Suicide Squad movie, from what I heard. I thought everybody liked it. It was the Joker that got screwed. The Jared Leto he gets screwed in every role he tries to take now. Like he played Joker, and they cut out almost all of his stuff in that movie. He played Morbius, and that movie has been pushed back to next year, January.
They, I mean,
because-
they apparently, like in the Snyder cut of Suicide Squad, like Joker is dressed up like Jesus for some fucking reason. It's like, you already have a Jesus figure in it. You had Superman as a Jesus figure for some stupid reason. You suck, Snyder.
Not, I there's the germ of a good movie in there, and not to get political at this late hour, but I felt like there was something to that film about the idea of these superheroes who are all these sort of low class stereotypes, like Harley the Juggalette and like the Mexican gangbanger, being shown as like just absolutely exploited and fucked over by the military industrial complex. But like there was not a good enough film in there to like capitalize on that at all.
See, I haven't seen it. But I mean, every woman on this earth who dressed up for Halloween that year went as
Yeah.
Harley Quinn. I mean,
Pretty much.
everyone. Every
Yeah.
single one.
I went in as an axe murderer.
Well, you went as yourself. We understand that.
But there was a time where every woman with the least bit, nerdiness in them, they were dressing up as Harley Quinn and taking selfies. It was insane.
Well, the Harley Quinn design looked good, but the trailers looked like shit. It looked like it was basically for like Hot Topic kids.
Yeah, I mean, now that I think about it, Harley Quinn's outfit would be insanely flattering on just about anyone. It's a really good look. I can see why, if Halloween is the one night of the year that, your mom / boyfriend / super ego will let you dress like a total hoe, you probably want to go for that look, right?
Batman has been shuffled around to so many different actors. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. What's the name of the guy? The Twilight guy. What's his
Robert
name?
Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson. Yeah. I don't know. I think he's been in some good stuff. Like, he was really good in the Lighthouse. That was excellent.
Yeah, it was such a good movie.
And the trailer looks for the next Batman movie. I mean, that scene where he grabs one of the. No, go ahead.
It just looks like they're trying to redo Christopher Nolan's thing, and it's like, don't just they have to stay away from the dark and gritty aesthetic, because that was so well done with Christopher Nolan. I don't think you can do it better.
I mean, the Joker movie worked, but that was a different kind of gritty.
Yeah, I loved
Like
the
that one.
Joker. Seriously, it was well done. Yeah, but I don't know that could ever be done for a villain as a standalone again, unless maybe on a TV show. But I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
kind of feel like the Joker with that movie kind of eclipsed Batman as the hero of that world.
Yeah, you kind of did.
Well,
you did
yeah.
feel for him. I mean,
And Batman. I mean, in that one, Bruce Wayne is a kid, so there isn't even a Batman.
Right, but when you think about their storylines, like, okay, Bruce Wayne is an orphan, but he's also a rich kid with all these toys. The Joker's got nothing. He's been driven to madness.
Thomas Wayne was really big dick to him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and what's his name? The other Phoenix who didn't die really, yeah, Hoa Queen, kind of like me. Kind of really brought all that out in this way that, and I guess the fact that Batman's been passed amongst so many actors didn't hurt Hoa Queen's case, but I think he really kind of, I don't know, I can't imagine making a Batman movie that just stars Batman after that movie.
I guess I'm guessing that the next Batman is somewhat takes place in that universe because there's a Joker gang, so I can kind of imagine like the Joker like being like dead when Batman's an adult because he's pretty old in the Joker movie, and that there's like a gang of Jokers carrying on in his place.
It's easy enough to fold it in.
Yeah,
That reminds me of Batman Beyond a little bit, and then
Yeah, that's what
Batman
I was
is the
thinking
next
of.
Direction for it.
So
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and bow out. It's
Hey,
getting pretty
good
late
night.
over here.
Yeah, man, we
thanks so much
go
for coming.
long and we go hard. So
Thank
but-
you
but,
so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
hey, you
It
can
was
come
great,
back
Neil.
anytime. You could be a regular if you ever wanted to, or just every now and then.
I will keep that in mind, definitely.
Yeah, man. Drop in if you ever have a project you want to share with the audience.
and bring some friends. Like Dante or Logan. I tried to bring
I
Logan
can
on
talk
here.
to. I don't know Logan personally. I can talk to Dante about it though.
Cool.
And Regina, I'm sorry that this didn't become a 4-hour symposium about Gene Wolfe, but I'll
No,
try to
that's
do that
okay.
next time.
It's okay. It's a good thing we avoided it because it would only be interesting to us and
No.
possibly also to
Shadow
you.
of the Executioner, right?
Oh,
Shadow
fuck
of
yeah.
the Torturer, you play.
That Shadow of the Torturer.
Shit.
That fucking Book of the New Sun is such a good series. Oh,
Gene
it's
Wolfe's
wonderful.
imagination was
Rest in peace to a
Majestic.
real one, man.
yes.
Rest in peace, yes.
I'm not Neil, but my IRL Facebook account. I am friends with Gene Wolfe. I became friends with him before his death, and it's one of my proudest internet achievements.
I'm so jealous.
Was getting
of you.
Wolfe to friend me.
So envious of you. Oh my god. I'm so jealous. Oh man. Okay. Well, have a good night, Neil. You
You too.
bitch. I'm so jealous of you.
I will.
Yeah, thanks
I'll
for
talk to you
coming.
later. Hopefully, this won't be the last time we do this.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really hope. Please do come back. Have a
All
great night. Thank you.
You too. Y'all have a great night. Bye.
So I read 5 books this week, but I'm just going to talk about one that was worth talking about. The Black Belt by Michael Reyes, who wrote that multiversal book, Clock's Watch, that I really liked. The Black Belt, it delves into Gnosticism. So you might like it, Regina, but the guy's a heroin addict and he falls in love with a prostitute. So those are two, cliche strikes against it. But there's this weird mythology underlying the plot that has to do with an entity called Yaldabaoth or something that lives on the old moon is what it's called. And there's another dimension called the Black Veldt where these hyena-headed people do horrible black magic rituals. It's got a really creepy tone to it. Am I showing it on screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this one's pretty wild, but I liked Clock's Watch 1 and 2 better. But this one was still 5 stars just because of how well he wrote it, and how he was with a turn of phrase. Really, really well written. So that's all I'll recommend to anybody this week. I was hoping to get to that before Gregor left, but I know, real life calls sometimes.
God.
Is there anything else that we needed to address?
Uh, I started reading The Sparrow King this week. I wanted to start reading Regina's fantasy series, but then I remembered that I didn't remember what the fuck it was called. So I
Wait.
sent her a message.
Did you say The Sorrow King?
Yeah.
Anderson Prunty?
Yeah.
That book is so good.
I love it.
It's really good. It's really inspiring. And it's too bad Gregor isn't here because it's really kind of reminding me a little bit of the Hanover block in sort of the family dynamics and the mood. But the real like hardcore rabbit hole I've gone down this week is the They Can Talk movement, which I just discovered via wasting time on cat videos on YouTube. A speech pathologist figured out how to sort of do some rudimentary language teaching with her dog by recording her voice in these buttons that can be pressed by a hand or a paw.
This doesn't end with her fucking the dog, does it?
No, this isn't like the John C. Lilly story.
No, this isn't erotica. This is like what might save or destroy humanity. This is real life. She's just anyway. The speech pathologist figured out that if you can basically use the same language teaching techniques that you use in what's it called, the communicative method in teaching humans who don't like studying grammar to learn a foreign language, you can use some of the same techniques to actually get a dog to understand that sound is attached to that object or that idea or that thing, and the dog is not understanding them the exact same way that we do. It's hard to explain unless you've seen some of these videos, but the dog can ask to go outside. It can, it can put words together to describe something it doesn't have a word for. Like it called a deer a cat hippo.
That's cute. That's so interesting. I've seen the cat describe.
Yeah, Billy speaks.
Yeah, I've seen him do those things. That's really interesting, though. I didn't know about the cat hippo thing.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Like the Billy Speaks is just like the cat offshoot of this. So I bought some of these buttons that are recordable, and I've got my cats going on their first word, which is treat. But oh god, while I was gone, Stumpler got into the treats and ate most of them, it appears.
Oh dear.
So maybe we'll start working on water next or outside. But like once I started going down this rabbit hole, my mind just exploded.
Speaking of rabbit holes, has Nikki Noir ever expressed an interest in coming on?
I'd really like to get her to come on the show, so I've got to reach out to her in private and see if she'll come on.
She wrote a book called Corpse Paint and Rabbit Hole, and it's part of one of those weird cosmic nightmarish types of fiction, right?
Yeah, her Black Planet series is really interesting and really, very kind of like Twin Peaks, cosmic horror influence stuff. So I'm looking forward to reading it. And it actually kind of has an interesting rhythm, I think, with Sorrow King and Hanover Block too. So
yeah,
a
year ago,
a party while I was gone.
Oh,
You did that?
See, I buy that exact same brand. The lids are flimsy on those things.
Yeah, he for some reason he threw my masks all over the floor. I didn't, dude. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just laughing at him because he's usually not this naughty when I'm gone.
He was looking for you in the drawers and everywhere.
Yeah.
A year ago, it was just me, Ben, and Zach on here. And, of course, Zach, had his own things to do that took priority. And, there was a rift there anyway. We're still friendly, but I'm really proud of what you two ladies bring to the show. And it's not in a forced diversity politically correct bullshit way. It's like it was more organic the way it happened than that, you know. So I think that The Quiet Place is better than it's ever been.
Well, thank you for having me on the show, Jeremy. I'm really glad to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Regina, don't tell them about the mind lock, okay? It is kind of forced, but they don't need to know that.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm gonna find some music to play, and then I'm gonna get out of here after I download this, so YouTube can't fuck me. And it'll probably be new metal. It might be something with Fred Durst again, so you better get while the getting's good.
All right, then I'm out of here. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, Regina.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Boycott Amazon for the next week. Buy all your books from bookshop.org or Red Emma's.
Well, what about godless.com?
And godless.com when that launches.
Godless.com isn't up yet, but
it's not up till next week, so
okay.
But keep an eye. But boycott Amazon for this week, and that's all I have to say.
Well,
Stumpler is Amazon. Stumpler is going to get Amazon once I teach him to talk. He'll be unstoppable.
Yeah. He'll chew on Jeff Bezos' face. His stupid looking lizard face.
Who's lizard face? Bezos?
Bezos. Yes.
Whoa. Okay. Hang on. I'm just gonna switch over to stereo.
Yeah, I'm going to stick Stumpler on Bezos, and
yes,
he'll handle him like he manhandled the lid on those cats. See, here's his button. Here.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing this.
Yeah, he knocked it over. Those lids collapse so easy, it's ridiculous. So now we're gonna have echo. I don't know. Should I close out with Bittersweet Symphony, Nookie, what? I mean, like
Bittersweet Symphony.
Nookie it is.
Screw you.
Get it all for the Nookie.
It took Billy Stevie 3 weeks to press the first button, so I'm just trying to get Stumpler to understand that the word and the button and the tree all have something to do with each other.
I saw a video about that. I think you might have posted it where a cat ended up, their favorite word ended up being mad.
Oh yeah, you probably heard about it through me posting that.
Yeah, probably.
All right, Bittersweet Symphony, and this is a cover by a band called First to 11, and they handled it pretty. I think they did a great job with it. So here it is.
All right, let the Bittersweet Symphony rock you to sleep. Good night.
I'm gonna turn my mic off and kind of snuck out. I gotta start writing.
Wait. What?
I said I'm gonna turn my mic and kind of check out because I gotta start writing.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I'm gonna
I didn't.
leave my
wasn't-
audio on so I can hear can't talk tonight.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Go write something really fucked up, like maybe something that doesn't live a million years and have to, live off human fumes. Right? Okay.
Thanks for watching our cover of Bittersweet Symphony by The Verb.
Don't forget to follow us on Spotify where you can